KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hi, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports on 710. SeattleSports.com, Seattle Sports application, on the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD, number 2, and YouTube. That's the other one, YouTube. I used 97.3 HD2 the other day, and I was in my wife's car, which is not, like, it doesn't never happen, but I needed to do a little HD2 action, and it takes a minute. You got to kind of figure it out. It's a terrible system. I apologize. I didn't create HD radio. I don't know why it's so complicated and so different on every car. It's definitely, easier if you got a touch screen type of thing on the your center console. But it's hard. I don't know why it's so hard. But once you figure it out, it is great. It's like a secret that once you uncover, it's like a speakeasy. It's awesome. But you got to figure out and know how to get there, and that's a big secret. So anyway, 97.3 HD2, crystal clear, high-definition radio, great way to listen to the station. I was going to get right into some of the Tod Leiweke stuff from yesterday, but I do have a bunch of interesting overnight texts. They're not like specific overnight Mariner texts. They're kind of all over the map, so I'm not going to play our little open, but there is some interesting stuff here. Let's see. I like this. I'll actually start with a football question. Tell me what you guys think of this, Maura. Brock and Salk. Morning, everyone. I know it's early, but what if the Giants take Love in the draft, so they have a running back? Could the Seahawks inquire about Cam Scatterbo for a late-round pick from next year's draft?
Are you trying to sell me? It doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much for me either. Here's the only problem. I do love the idea. By the way, all in on Cam Scatterbo. That'd be so much fun. Don't they need more of the breakaway speed guy rather like the breakaway big play speed guy rather than the dude who's, going to get CTE in a couple of weeks because he just keeps smashing his head into everything? Like, it's not that I don't love the idea. I just don't know whether he's actually what they're looking for. But I love the idea. And if it happened, I'd be very excited. Not as excited as Lyle, obviously. The ASU thing runs deep. But I would be pretty pumped to have Cam Scatterbo here. I'm bummed out that he's not here already.
I just think, not to rain on this person's parade, but I think the Giants have bigger needs, and a draft that's not that deep. I don't know.
They have not
everybody
been
does
the same.
Say that Love is like
and they haven't been the same since Saquon Barkley. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen either, but if it did, it would be very fun. I'm with you. That would be a very fun deal. Salk, the Kraken can't even win correctly. A shootout win over Vegas this late in the season. I mean, nice to get off the schneid, but we need better draft odds, boys. I'd like to see the NHL try the PWHL model for draft position. Perfect for this situation. Jay in Arizona, totally agree on all fronts. It was exciting. It was a cool win. Kudos to Berkeley Cat, and it was a pretty sick move that he made in the shootout. But yeah, I mean, there is sort of a thing where it's like, yeah, you kind of now want to lose and see if you got an opportunity to get Gavin McKenna next year. So, that's funny. So HD radio is like Mariners TV, not exactly user friendly, but works very well. Yeah, I think that's about right. And then where did the other one go? Here, how about this one? Now that I'm driving, do you think Dan is in the Pete category? 509. After that disaster of a Super Bowl and then not running it, players kind of stopped playing for Pete. Dan did something similar in the ALCS, and they didn't go to the World Series. Maybe there's not trust in him. It's an interesting idea. I have seen no evidence that that's the case. None. I've seen no evidence that that's the case. With Pete, we started hearing rumblings about it almost right away, and we knew that the players were mad. It didn't take long. Like, we knew instantly that the players were mad. I think a lot of folks in the media were upset about the way Game 7 of the ALCS and some other games were handled in the playoffs managerially. decision-wise. I think we know there were a lot of fans that were upset about it. I've not seen one indication, none, not one indication that anyone in the Mariner organization was upset about that. Nothing from players, nothing from management, nothing, zero. If anything, we've heard a little bit more of a doubling down. So I have not seen one bit of evidence that is the case. None. But it's an interesting theory. Like, I'm not shooting it down, just that I don't know how to say that it's true. Yeah, I was upset about the way that game was managed, and I'm not the only one, not even the only one here in this room. But I've seen no evidence that clubhouse is upset about it at all. We didn't see any evidence of that in spring training. We haven't heard anything about it. So, interesting idea, but I don't know. We're going to try to go through it at 7 o'clock. I got one. I'm trying to come up with a theory. I'm doing the best I can. I know it's my job. I'm doing the best I can. So I got one thing for you guys at 7, and then at 7:30, I don't know, two pieces of sound that kind of blew my mind when you put them together. Maybe it's not the hitter's fault. I don't know. I will hold off on this. 7:30. We'll get to all that. Let me spend a few minutes here with the sound from Tod Leiweke because he spoke yesterday and tried to give us a sense as to what it is that's going on with the Kraken and the moves that they made. So let me jump right into this because I think there's quite a bit to react to. It starts here with Tod.
But the centerpiece of all this is the team. And we saw the potential in year 2. And it was incredible. 14 playoff games, and this place was on its ear, and people came to games thinking we were going to have a halftime. They didn't really understand, but they did when they left the building and felt the roar. Yet, 3 seasons later, this team is still work in progress. It's an unfulfilled promise, and no one in the organization is satisfied. We do have pieces in place. We believe in our kids.
Yeah, they have some pieces in place, but they don't have the most important pieces, unfortunately. They've got the complementary pieces, but they don't have the foundational ones, and that's still what's necessary, and why even the shootout win last night's a little frustrating, because you're like, yeah, if you want a foundational piece, kind of with what we heard from Greg Wyshynski yesterday, like, you got to get it at the bottom of the draft. That's where you find, or the top of the draft, I should say. Like, that's where you find that. So, yeah, a little frustrating. Tod went on to say that they're doing an independent audit of their hockey operations.
We're going to communicate more with our season ticket members. They're going to know where we are on the journey. I am very, very, very confident that we're going to get this team to a good place. But it's going to take a plan, and we're going to set mile markers, and our fans are going to know where we are. And we're going to share some of those plans in May with our fans. And we've talked about actually instituting an annual report to our fans, and we're going to do that, and that first one will come in this May.
I appreciate all of that stuff that Tod does, and he's very good at it, right? Communicating with fans, being above board, and the independent, all that's great. It's not what I need as a Kraken fan. Like, I personally don't need that. Maybe other people do. I would like them to just go ahead and find the right people to make them win. I don't need the communication. I just don't need it. I want a star. In fact, I want a couple of stars. I don't know if you heard Jeff Merrick yesterday. He was on with with Wyman and Bob.
Number 1, goals. Number 2, goals. Number 3, goals. And number 4, they still the one thing this organization still doesn't have, because they're loaded up front with forward prospects. What they don't have still is they don't have that stud young defenseman. And I know Matthew Schaefer's don't come around very often. And I know Moritz Seiders don't come around very often, and Quinn Hughes, etc. But the one thing that this organization does lack, because for the future, they got their forward set up, they still need to do some work on the back end.
I mean, he's right. I can't disagree. Essentially what he's saying is they need everything. They need goal scoring on the top line, and they need a defenseman that is elite. They don't have a McCarr. They don't have a Sider. They don't have a Hughes. They don't have a Schaefer. They don't have any of those things. And they need it. So, yeah, I mean, like, yes, it'd be great to see an audit, and I'd be happy to know what it is you guys are up to. But just go do it. Just go act. I don't need the speak. I need the act. I need the actions. That's what I'm looking for as a Kraken fan and supporter. All right. And they did it, by the way. Yeah, you know, what they've done this week is a sign of action. Moving on from Ron Francis. Hard to move on from a Hall of Famer who's been here since the beginning. They did it. I was curious to see if that would be the only move, and now it puts a lot of pressure on a guy in Jason Botterill that is pretty unproven. I mean, never really accomplished a tremendous amount in Buffalo, and now you're hoping he's going to do better here, which was sort of the same thing we were hoping for with Ron Francis. So there is a little bit of hope there, but a level of action that hopefully, again, there's that word again, will lead to a little bit more success. Okay, let's see. G's going to be in today. Stacy's going to be in today. We get a little game to play. We're going to try to sort out this whole Mariner thing. I told you I got a shocking take based on two other things that I heard. So just stick around. It's going to be a fun morning. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
After a much-needed day off following a 5-game skid, it's back home and back at it for the Mariners.
Just what the Mariners were looking for.
Tonight, it's Emerson Hancock on the mound in the first of 4 against the Astros at T-Mobile.
12 in a row set down by Emerson Hancock.
First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame.
It's particularly delightful to see the Astros suffering like that.
Double play. Nicely turned by the Mariners.
Listen live anywhere for free on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, professional landscapers, a quick heads up. Right now is the best time of the year to upgrade your lawn equipment because the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event is happening April 9th through the 19th. You can get up to 20% off Gravely commercial mowers, the machines pros count on for consistent results and season-long reliability. If you're adding to your fleet or upgrading this spring, now's the time. Stop by your local Gravely dealer today.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on our wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee up at Loomis Trail for championship caliber golf and experience your favorite musicians live at the event center. Visit silverreefcasino.com and book your stay today. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
We are seeing one of the strongest gold markets ever. That jewelry you no longer wear and the gold coins tucked away could be worth a lot more right now. For nearly 5 decades, Bellevue Rare Coins has been the trusted authority for buying gold, rare coins, diamonds, watches, and entire collections with free evaluations, no pressure, and no obligation. Find them in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, or Tacoma, and BellevueRareCoins.com. Bellevue Rare Coins, the trusted authority for selling your valuables.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day for baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. Case in point, your ticket might be for the view level, but it's more like Skyline City. Up here, it's hard to say what'll take your breath away first. The gorgeous Seattle sunsets or the spectacular views of every incredible play. If you like value with the view, it's the perfect place to take quality time with the family to a whole new level. Literally.
A bases clearing, 3-run double. Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners are back in town for a 4-game series against the division rival Astros. It all starts tonight with Ichiro replica statue night at 6:40, presented by BDA. The first 40,000 fans will take home a must-have collectible, with 20 lucky fans scoring one signed by Ichiro himself. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Emerson Hancock has been the Mariners' best pitcher so far this year, and they're going to need that to continue tonight if they want to snap a little 5-game losing streak. M's hosting Houston for a 4-game series. Hancock gets it started against Tsaya Amai, right? Got that right?
Tatsuya.
Thank you, Lyle. Tatsuya Amai. He was actually, I'm talking about Hancock. Excellent last time out. Allowed just a solo home run to the leadoff hitter, if you remember, but the Mariners didn't score any runs themselves, and so they ended up losing. But he's been really good, and it's obviously go time for them, but it's not like the season is toast. This was Jesse Rogers yesterday.
There's good news and bad news, okay? You can't get these games back that the Mariners are losing, a lot of them low scoring, but you can't tell me that Josh Naylor is going to have a 277 OPS, right? Or Julio Rodriguez 393, or Cal 481. These are ridiculously low, so it's bound to turn around. I don't think the division has a team that can run away with it, so everyone's going to be bunched up for a while. The Angels are going to do their thing and then fade as they always do, so plenty of time and understanding that this thing will turn around.
Yeah, I think you also got to point out that the Rangers are unlikely to be able to stay healthy, especially on the pitching side of things throughout the year. And Brian Kenny on yesterday had some similar thoughts on just the AL West in general.
There's a chance most everybody will be good. I think the Angels will recede a bit. Not a big believer in what they have, just their general horsepower. The A's are a very dynamic young group, but they do not have superior pitching, and especially over the long haul. So I think Houston has some quality. Yordan Alvarez is back and hitting. Texas is dangerous. But again, the team that I expected to rise above 89 wins and actually win a division and maybe grab a top 2 seed is Seattle. That's the team that I expect to do it. And I think once you start going around the rotation again and again, you start to see who rises to the top.
That's a good point. And the way baseball works is you keep doing it. It's not what you do this week, next week, or last week. It's that you keep doing it over and over. And for the other teams, they've got to keep going through those rotations over and over, and you get to go through yours, which should be a huge advantage. Castillo will be against Lance McCullers tomorrow. Logan Gilbert goes Sunday. George Kirby on Monday.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, a day after announcing the big change in their front office, the Kraken finally snapped their losing streak. Wasn't always pretty, but they did get some good fortune down 3-1 late.
Laniers assesses, scores.
Oh, that's not it. Hold on. That's the wrong thing, Mike. Try this instead.
Seattle back down by 2. Adam Larson all the way in. Look out. It's a gift. Berkeley Canton. That's the definition of being in the right place at the right time. It's a lifeline for Seattle.
Yeah, they flipped it in, and it took a bad bounce off the wall while the goalie went around to the back of the net where he thought the puck was going to be. It just shot right out in front to Berkeley Catton, who put it into a wide open net and then grinned sheepishly and kind of skated around like, yeah, all right, I guess I get credit for that goal. Anyway, they tied it up a few minutes later. They went to the shootout. You heard the Beniers goal, but then in the extra shots, it was the little cat again.
Berkeley Catton, the first shootout opportunity of his young National Hockey League career. Here comes the kid. What a goal! The little cat gets it done. And the Kraken are up by 1.
It was a pretty sick goal. If you have a chance to go watch it today, go do it. It was actually pretty awesome. So they win in the shootout. They stave off elimination, though probably just for one night. And again, you can make the argument you'd probably have been better off actually losing that game. But whatever. Tod Leiweke is the team president, and he met with the media yesterday to explain the decision to move on from Ron Francis, and maybe even more importantly, to explain what comes next.
When we went away on the break, we were sitting in a playoff spot, and now we're faced with not making the playoffs for the third year in a row. And it's not acceptable, and we're committed to fixing it. And we're committed to improving every single aspect of the organization. And Jason's going to address you at the season end. He's going to talk about plans and things we're working on, but I want to give you a little bit of insight as to what some of those things are. We are going to conduct a full independent audit of hockey operations. Jason will lead it, but we're going to bring fresh eyes and just look and make sure that there's no stone unturned.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the audit, but I mean, I don't know how much money you need to spend for somebody to come in and tell you that you need first line people on the first line and you need some elite players on the blue line. Like, that's just kind of...
Yeah, you could spend that money you're spending on consultants on
players.
Top players.
Yeah, let's just go do that instead.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, let's see. Masters update. Not a tremendous amount this morning. Wyndham Clark has picked up 3 shots, so he finds himself kind of right in the center of things now at, 3 under. But, yeah, it's Sam Burns. It's Rory McIlroy. Those two are both tied for the lead at 5 under. Afterwards, the round yesterday, here was Sam Burns.
Yeah, I think I drove it really nice. That obviously helps. And then just try to get the ball in the green as much as possible. As you know, it's difficult to chip around these greens, and so really just trying to give myself as many opportunities as possible today.
Well, it worked out really well for him. We'll see if he's able to stay there. I mean, obviously, the defending champion being right there tied for the lead after day 1 is the story. Hey, did you see DeMarcus Lawrence was there, by the way? How about that?
Yeah.
DeMarcus Lawrence hanging out at the Masters. This is what he said to the local paper. This is way better than the Super Bowl. Whoa, easy there. Way better. I'm not working at the Masters. Well, I guess that's true. Hopefully more, as you said, he's not getting too comfortable with not working, because we'd like him to keep working for the Seahawks this year. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I do have some John Schneider sound. I'll play some more of that later. He did his regular Thursday John Schneider show with Wyman and Bob yesterday, so I've got some sound from that to play you as we're inside 2 weeks here from the draft. But just trying to figure out, and we're going to spend a lot more of the day today, again, trying to figure out not just what's going on with the Mariners, because I think there's a lot of good information on that, but why? That's the challenge. And we'll try to ask Aaron Goldsmith next on Brock and Salk.
After a much-needed day off following a 5-game skid, it's back home and back at it for the Mariners.
Just what the Mariners are looking for.
Tonight, it's Emerson Hancock on the mound in the first of 4 against the Astros at T-Mobile.
12 in a row set down by Emerson Hancock.
First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame.
It's particularly delightful to see the Astros suffering like that.
Double play. Nicely turned by the Mariners.
Listen live anywhere for free on the Seattle Sports app.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
O'Brien. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck.
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck.
All game.
Shoot it. Come on, shoot.
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh?
Yeah, they should have shot the puck.
So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do. But you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
Play with purpose, compete fairly, track progress. Michael Bumpus here. A golf handicap does more than keep score. It helps you enjoy the game. 1, it helps you set goals that match your actual skill level. 2, it makes competition fair and fun no matter who you're playing with. And 3, it lets you track your progress so you can measure improvement over time. It only takes 3 18-hole rounds to establish your handicap index. Just sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and get started. Learn more at wagolf.org/710.
Mariners and Astros tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. Still here helping men with ED and Peyronie's disease in 2026. Our clinics have helped thousands of men in the last 8 years just like you. Most guys tell me that in their early 50s, they started using Viagra. It worked for 3 or 4 years and then tapered off. That's because Viagra is not a curative medication. It's a short-term solution. Our wave therapy breaks down the plaque in the arteries and increases blood flow without using any medication, with proven long-lasting results. Our treatments are so successful that we have some men driving up to 5 hours just to get treated every week. And our 4.9 average star rating on Google proves it. So whether it's ED, Peyronie's disease, or low testosterone, West Coast Men's Health has the answers you're looking for.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Mariners, Seahawks, Sounders, Kraken, Storm, Huskies, Cougars, Rain. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats. The Seattle Times is always there with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis. Don't miss a play. Stay in the game and in the know for what's next. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is happy music. I'm not sure it fits with the mood of Mariner fans, Brock, around the area today. As the team falls to 4-9, it is not the start any of us expected, given the promise of this roster and the talk of World Series and embracing those expectations. But here we are, 4-9, and with some familiar problems, certainly on the offensive side of it. Aaron Goldsmith has called all of these games, or at least most of them. Good morning, Aaron. How are you? You're home?
You know, I appreciated the happy music. It's great to be with you guys.
Yes.
How are you?
Well, I mean, it's always happy when we're all together. That's why I think we have the real big fish for you. What is the biggest problem? What is the biggest problem you've seen through these first 12 games, 13 games?
Well, obviously, it's on the offensive side. And I think if you look deeper beyond just that, I would probably point to the Mariners just aren't hitting the fastball at all. They've been basically the worst team against the fastball, no matter what lens you look through. If you want to look at the average, if you want to look at the slug, if you want to look at the swing and miss. I mean, if they weren't slugging, but they were hitting for average, you would say, okay, there's something to work on there. And if they weren't hitting for average on the fastball, but they were hitting it over the fence a lot, you'd say, well, okay, well, there's something there. They're doing neither of those things right now. It is just a handful of games, but nonetheless, they have a very talented lineup, as you were just referencing. They should be better than this, but it's a real problem for them right now that, you know, you can afford to have a stretch like this during the course of the season, but it needs to be a stretch. They got to get out of it.
So years ago, there was kind of the change in some of the philosophy, right? There was a new hitting offensive coordinator, I think was his title, hilarious guy that they had brought in. And there was some thought, maybe some understanding that it was
anybody talking? We have a bad connection here?
Sorry, you can only hear Brock. We're having some video issues.
That it was a lot of information.
I can't hear Brock.
Oh, you can't hear him?
Oh,
I can't hear him. I actually.
Sorry.
So Lyle Moore and I were on a text chain last night, and I actually requested that, and they didn't think they could make it happen.
I did promise him that Brock wouldn't make it weird today.
Well, he's making it weird in his own way, I guess, by not actually being able to hear him. Maybe we need to do like one of those translation things where Brock tells me the question and then I relay it to Aaron and Brock. So I'll tell you where Brock was going with this was a few years ago, they brought in the offensive coordinator and they tried to change what they were doing and then, you know, shifted it a little bit more last year. Is there a stylistic change at all? Is there a strategic change at all to what they're doing? We did see that their bat speed is down. Mike Petriello had that yesterday or 2 days ago. I'm not really sure what to make of it. Is there any strategic difference, or is this just an execution thing?
Well, first of all, it will seriously sadden me if I can't hear Brock.
I know. Well, maybe it's for the best.
Lyle,
I don't know.
Figure it out,
you can hear me?
I can hear me, Salk? The hood. Make this happen.
I believe it's because he's on video and you're not on video.
It's a video issue.
We might have to figure something out.
All right. Morris figuring it out.
Questions.
Okay, so I saw the Petriello thing, and I know Mike a little bit. I messaged with Mike a lot over the course of the season, and he always helps me look stuff up that's kind of like deep in the weeds. So Mike's been a terrific resource for me personally, and he does a lot for our game. I don't know if we know enough about that in particular to say, oh, here it is. They're not swinging the bat as fast. Maybe it is something, and maybe there are things to it that are part of the reason why the Mariners are not hitting well. But at the same time, like, here are the questions I have about that.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who aren't aware of it, there's StatCast has shown that of all 30 teams, the Mariners have had the biggest drop in collective bat speed, simply how fast you swing the bat. And that because of that, maybe that's why the Mariners are not hitting well. Well, first of all, if anybody was out of the ballpark in the first homestand, I mean, there were a couple of days where it was like the Arctic, right?
True.
It was insanely cold. Now, to be fair, it wasn't like it was 80 degrees everywhere else in baseball. You know, there were games in Cleveland and games in Boston or wherever else. So, like, it was cold other places too. So it was super cold. The Mariners faced some really good pitching out of the gate. Not all the pitching that they've seen has been great, but a lot of it has been, especially on that first homestand. Also, there is not a direct correlation between slow bat, bad hitter. The correlation that has been made is slower bat, less power.
Mm-hmm.
Faster bat, more power. But you can look at bat speed guys that are not great hitters, right? Guys who are elite with bat speed. And you can look at Luis Ariz, who has one of the slowest bats historically, and he obviously hits for greater average and a greater contact than anybody. So I think the one correlation you can make is that if you have a slower bat, you may be more of a contact guy. Well, the Mariners aren't making a lot of contact.
Yeah.
And also, Randy Arozarena has had one of the greatest drops in bat speed on the team. He's been one of their most productive hitters. So I think I love numbers, and I love the fact that we can kind of get deep in the weeds on stuff. But at the same time, I've looked at enough numbers for enough years now where I know that, especially the new stuff, Mike and Brock, if you can hear me, like there can be some noise there, right? And I don't think we can't just look at that and say this is the problem. I've never heard of a hitter, guys, say, you know what, I'm going to swing slower intentionally to try to make more contact.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they do that. I've just never heard it.
I've never heard it either, but it is
something
weird
there, but I think
that
there's a lot of noise there as well.
Yeah, I tend to agree with all of that. I've been more focused on some of the weight of the expectations, because that to me is the one big difference from kind of they tried to embrace the words World Series. We heard it a lot when we were down at spring training. We're not going to be afraid of World Series. We're going to say it over and over again. And I don't have any way to prove that that's the problem. I can't prove it. I don't know what the problem is. But the guys with the most expectations on them seem to be the guys that are struggling the most. And logic just sort of tells me that the weight of expectation so far has been a challenge for them.
And that could be, and I'm with you on this, Mike. Like, I can't get in Cal Raleigh's head. I can't get in Julio's head, Josh Naylor's head. Like, I don't know. All these guys that we're talking about have track records. One of the reasons why so many people and publications pick the Mariners to win the division and potentially win the World Series is because you have, of a projected 26-man roster, so many of them have not just track records, but really good to great track records, both on the pitching side and now on the hitting side as well. You look at like the top six in the lineup, from Julio to Cal to Randy. I mean, you go down the list, right? It's like Naylor. Yeah, all these guys have been there and done that, and they're getting paid because they're great players. So do you not feel that pressure as much if you have a track record to lean on? I would think so. But at the same time, I think everybody is human to a degree. And when you have these expectations and you get off to a bad start, I think it's only natural to feel some of that. And I know I talked to Buhner a little bit about this on the air the last few days. We just saw so many ground ball outs to first base and so many left-handed hitters. And it just looked like guys were just trying to yank everything. Like, let me be the guy that's going to hit an 8-run home run right now and get us out of this thing. And as we all know with baseball, oftentimes, especially for a hitter's perspective, the harder you try, the worse it gets, right? And so the good news is, if this is comforting to anybody, the Mariners have been here before. In fact, it feels like the Mariners have been here every year for as long as we can remember. In fact, last year on this day, they had basically the same record. They were 4-8. and they were averaging 3 runs a game, just like they are now. And they were hitting under 200, just like they are now. And then they rattled off whatever it was, 8 straight series wins, and they finished like 20 games over 500 the rest of the way. So it can turn on a dime, and it needs to turn sooner rather than later for the Mariners. And the good news is they have the ability to do that, but they need to do that.
So who will be the fire starter?
Still can't hear Brock. Oh, I thought maybe you could. Darn it. Brock,
I'll figure it out, man.
Short question. And it's not a you thing. It's an us thing. Brock just said, who will be the fire starter?
Nobody knows, Brock. I wish I could tell you. Like,
nobody knows how the story ends.
Like, it's, I'm not saying that this is what Brock was saying, but it's not like, oh, well, we're going to lean on our quarterback right now. Or we're gonna give the rock to Charbonnet 30 times, and he's gonna get us out of it. Like, that's not how this game works. It could literally be anybody. The thing that I have learned the most in recent years watching Mariner baseball, and I think this is a baseball thing, I don't think this is just a Mariner thing, is that it can turn like this. And oftentimes when it does turn, there are almost no signs to indicate that it's about to turn. Like, that's just a baseball thing, man. And I wish baseball could give you more signs. Like, sometimes it happens, like, especially if you're talking about an individual hitter. Oh, he's hitting the ball harder. Oh, he's getting the ball in the air more, but it's been caught. And maybe, and now it's going over the fence. With the Mariners, year after year after year, it's just the walking dead. And then they're hotter than the sun.
Right.
And they're the best team in baseball. And they carry that for a month at a time. So I understand the panic amongst people listening right now and the greater fan base. I totally get it. I've watched basically every pitch so far this year. But I'll also say they've been here and they've proven that they get out of it. It's just, this is a very Mariner thing. I wish it wasn't.
You're right, Aaron. We've been trying to have this conversation. I mean, look, we're going to talk about this every day here on the show, and you're sort of caught between two masters. On one hand, trying to recognize that it's a long season and what you do over now a 2-week stretch does not indicate what you're going to do over the next 2-week stretch or the week after that, but also recognizing that what we've seen for 2 weeks has been awful. I mean, it really, because it's not just the offense. To me, I can actually live with the bad offense. To me, it's the execution and the little things that have gone with the offense that have been magnified because of the offense that have been problematic. It was 2 nights ago, the error and then Cole Young not getting to the ball that goes for a hit, and all of a sudden that's a couple of runs. And then it's the 9th inning where you get first and second, and unfortunately Raley misses the bag. And, credit to him for saying so and doing the right thing. But, unfortunately, mental mistake followed by Canzone's inability to get the ball to the right side instead of the left side. You don't move the runners, and it costs you a game. And then yesterday, you have a chance to throw home, and you throw it over his head, and it costs you the game. Like, unfortunately, those lack of concentration issues can't come with a team that's not hitting. You can't do both.
Totally agree. I think the little things are little. The big things are big, which I know seems like an obvious statement. We wouldn't be talking about this if they had just put 5 runs up on the board every game on the road trip, right? Or 4 or 5 runs, which I mean, let me be clear. That's not going to happen every night. It's baseball. But there's no team that has a great offense. Does anybody ever talk about the little things? Or hardly ever, right? Because like, oh yeah, they just go out there and they score. And the Mariners, I think what makes this team project so well is that they have the personnel to do both. Like they have really good baseball players, both on the mound and in the box. I think defensively, it is a question about what the Mariners will be like this year, even with the talent that they have. They should be a team that can make the routine play. They should be that team, even with the guy at third base who's really learning that position on a full-time basis now in Donovan. And you can tell in his comments, he's beating himself up a little bit about some early season miscues. But you still love the player, and he makes the Mariners better. But they have the ability to get out of this. That doesn't mean they will. Like, I'll just be frank about it. It doesn't mean they will. That's just the reality. That being said, it is really hard to squint your eyes and look at this lineup if we just focus on the offense, since the pitching's been so dynamite, and say, oh, yeah, I think for 6 months they're going to all struggle. Guys who up and down the lineup have had massive career milestones and achievements and silver sluggers and all-star games. Like, you really believe that over the length of the season, which is why they play 162 of these things, that it will come together. And the good news for the Mariners, it could come together as soon as tomorrow, and then they can get as hot as the sun and carry it into October. But it needs to happen. Does it have to happen on Friday? No. But it needs to happen pretty soon before they start to get too bad.
Yeah, the start's a little more important this year than maybe some other seasons. And I think what happened after the WBC and the expectations and all of that kind of puts a little more emphasis on this. Matt in Oregon weighing in, saying, I love that it would somehow be faster for Salk to listen to half of Brock's question, summarize it, and then spit it back than it would be for Brock to ask the whole question. That's not untrue. Thankfully, via text, Brock has to be a little faster. So he just sent me this one, Aaron. Why are they pitching so well? It's a Brock question. I have to. Aaron, why are they pitching so well?
The expectations haven't hurt their pitching.
Yeah. The
expectations have only affected their hitters. I mean, why are the expectations not affecting pitching?
Stop just having fun at Brock's expense, because I love Brock.
You know what would be funny if the whole time Aaron could actually hear Brock? If this whole thing was just an act. And he's messing with Brock, messing with the audience, and poor Mora's back there trying to do 12 different things to get this to work. And Aaron's like, oh, I actually could hear him the whole time. I just thought it would be funny.
What's wrong? We had a fun Microsoft Teams update overnight.
Oh, good. Thank you. All right. I think what Brock's trying to ask is, why haven't the expectation issues affected the pitching?
Well, that's an interesting question, Brock. Let me give you a pat on the back there.
Thanks, Aaron.
I mean, pitching is very different than hitting, right? One you got control, the other you're very reactionary. But I think the bigger thing for me on the pitching front is, the pitching was not great last year for the Mariners. There were elements of it that were great to elite, right? Brian Wu, Andres Munoz. But in terms of how the Mariners got to 8 outs away from the World Series last season, if somebody had told you that at this point last year, that was the Mariners' future, you would say, oh, man, well, they rode this rotation again. And as we all know, that wasn't the case. So for the Mariners pitching and the rotation in particular to come out and look like it did 2 years ago is incredible. Mm-hmm. And not that we're surprised by it, but it's kind of like, take a little bit of a breath, be like, yeah, okay, this is the warm pair of slippers the Mariner fans remember. This is what it's like when every single day the Mariners send a starting pitcher out there and you expect him to get into the 6th inning and you expect him to hold the other team to 3 runs or fewer. And that's what makes the Mariners great. So they are doing their part of the deal. And they're not asking for much. And that's what has made it so frustrating, right? If the Mariners offense had just gotten like 2 or 3 runs on certain nights, that would have been, I don't know, like a 500 road trip maybe, or close to it. And instead they only won 1 game. So it's a proven pitching staff, clearly, especially in the rotation. And it has been great to see them get back to where we all know they can be.
Hey, you mentioned the defense at third with Donovan, which we've all seen. The defense in left, I think we've had some questions as well. I appreciated your question the other day in the game where you're like, isn't that maybe the left fielder's ball to call everybody off? I thought that was funny. So thank you for making me laugh while I was sitting at home. That and as we've talked about the National Cattleman's Beef breeds, which are just the best. Those are awesome. Just the way they drop in is just hilarious. Those have been 2 of my highlights of the year so far. Yes.
That's too bad.
At some point, well, unfortunately, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of highlights on the field. At some point, could we see more of Donovan in left, Randy DHing, and maybe somebody else coming in to play third base? I don't know where they'd come from. I don't know, Tacoma, maybe. Guy named Colt Emerson. But, at some point, could we see that sort of shift to try to improve the defense?
So I've thought about that. I haven't spoken to anybody within the Mariners about that yet. Here's my one concern with that. I'm just going to be perfectly honest. Randy's in a contract year. You going to tell a guy in a contract year, hey, you're now a part-time DH? It takes a pretty big man to say, I got you, Skip. Yeah, I'll do what you need there. Now, if Randy just signed a big fat free agent deal and he was taken care of for the rest of his life, maybe it's different. I don't know. I've never been on the receiving end of a conversation like that. In fact, I'm sure it's happened. I can't even point to a time in history where something like that's happened. Although I'm sure something like that has happened. Devers had all his money.
Hey, Aaron, you're up for a contract next year, but we're going to have you just do 3 innings on radio moving forward instead of all of the games on TV. Like, I'm sure that you wouldn't take that all that well either. No, I'm with you. I think you're right. And if I'm Randy, I wouldn't take that well myself.
Yeah. Now, if you're the Mariners, you say, well, then, hey, we need you to be a little more locked in out there, right? And I'm sure that they've said that to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's someone at some point in the first 2 weeks of the season. So that I have no idea what Donovan is like as a left fielder. Is he probably around average? Yeah, I bet he's probably around average. Is that an upgrade? I'll let other people decide that. I don't know. But I think the point is it isn't as, I guess my point, Mike, is that, as you probably understand, like, it isn't as clean as it sounds if you're making a fantasy baseball lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's some emotion and
Aaron,
livelihood.
honestly, first of all, I agree with you 100%. And thanks for saying it. It's a good conversation. It's an uncomfortable conversation for all of us because, unfortunately, it leads back to what happened at the WBC and soon afterwards, and a question of, is everything hunky-dory? Is everything copacetic here with Cal, Randy, and everybody associated with whatever the heck went down? Because Randy's still in a contract year. There was still the awkwardness of how it all went down. And now you've got the pressure of a team not playing its best that is sort of pushing on all of that.
Yeah, I don't think that this is at all a Cal issue or a WBC issue. I don't think. Now, I haven't talked to either one of those since the season has started about what is going on. I think right now the issue is the Mariners stink. I think that's the issue, right? And the Mariners need to do everything they can to be the team that they think they can be, which is a potential World Series champion. And they're going through it right now. And I think the last thing the Mariners want to do, whether you are the pitching coach, the bench coach, Dan Wilson, or Jerry Dipoto, is you want to make things as harmonious as possible, right? And try to get this thing steer in the right direction. So something like that doesn't seem to me like would do that right now. Yeah. But at the same point, if we're having this conversation, Mike, 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, I don't know, maybe things become more desperate. But I guess I continue to fall back on they were in this exact same position last year. They were in the exact same position. And look what happened. And they are since the problem is the offense, that's what we're talking about, they're a better offensive team than they were last year.
Especially at this time.
Especially what?
Especially early in the year, right? When they had the Rowdy Telez's. I mean, They should be much better right now than they were a year ago.
100%. Like, Rob Refsnyder is actually a very good hitter against lefty pitching. You'd have no idea.
No, he
actually is. He has an incredible track record. We know Naylor, right? Like, we know all these guys. We've already seen the benefits of Donovan as a leadoff hitter. Like, they're a noticeably better offensive team, but it'd be hard for me to convince somebody of that right now, and I understand that.
Can you thank him for his time, Saul?
Sure. They need to play better.
I'd be happy to thank him for his time.
This has been the Mariners thing for a couple of years now. They have the people in the room.
Yep.
The people just need to play better.
Please do that.
That's what it is right now.
The games are being called well. By the way, I've mentioned this on the air a couple of times. I love the app. The app is great. It works so well. It is awesome. Honestly, I know that there was some frustration from some people at the beginning of the year. The app is awesome. It's crystal clear. You and Angie and Ryan and everybody sound great, look great. The ability to start a game at the beginning where they already are in the game, and it gives you all those options. If you turn it off and turn it back on, you can resume where you were or go to live or go back to the beginning. If you're fast forwarding or rewinding, they give you a little notation for the start of each half inning. So, it really is a tremendous, tremendous product once you figured out how to use it all. It has been a great experience, and as always, you're doing a great job navigating all of it. Aaron, thank you for taking some time. Sorry about the awkwardness with Brock, but that's just sort of par for the course, and we'll catch you next time.
I thought it was Brock's best performance.
So did I.
Guys.
Yeah, so did I.
We'll see you.
Yeah, I think we were all pretty impressed with Brock over the course of that 25 minutes. Aaron Goldsmith, voice of the Mariners, and he'll be back in action tonight as they take on the Astros, first of 4 here back in Seattle. really be nice to win this series and then just sort of see this team take off the way we've all expected it to before this season got underway. All right. We think we know what's going on with the Mariners, and Adam Jude did a really nice job kind of putting this together. There's a lot of what that I definitely feel like makes sense. The problem is some of the why behind the what, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
After reaching the NFL's mountaintop,
the Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The work continues for the Seahawks to keep the foundation strong. It's the 2026 NFL Draft, Thursday, April 23rd. Only Seattle Sports begins its first-round draft coverage with a reigning NFL Executive of the Year.
You know who are the real Seahawks?
The John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. with Brock Hugh, Michael Bumpus, Steve Wyman, and host Bob Stelton live until 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hour and a half drive here. To have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have vehicles made for adventure seekers. Get the Tundra at 2.99% APR for up to 72 months with $1,000 bonus cash or $4,000 customer cash. Lease the 4Runner for $389 a month or the Tacoma TRD Sport for $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Exclusive taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Thinking about upgrading your water heater? Snohomish PUD can help. Right now, you can get $1,000 back when you install a qualifying heat pump water heater. These systems use far less energy than standard electric tanks, which means lower electric bills for you. Oh, nice. Choose an eligible model, apply for your rebate within 90 days, and get cash back from PUD. Learn more at snowpud.com/rebates.
We are seeing one of the strongest gold markets ever. That jewelry you no longer wear and the gold coins tucked away could be worth a lot more right now. For nearly 5 decades, Bellevue Rare Coins has been the trusted authority for buying gold, rare coins, diamonds, watches, and entire collections with free evaluations, no pressure, and no obligation. Find them in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, or Tacoma, and BellevueRareCoins.com. Bellevue Rare Coins, the trusted authority for selling your valuables.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000. Ugh.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance.
a fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NetSide.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
G. Scott will be in at 8:30. It's his birthday tomorrow. He's turning 50. 50 years old. G. Scott will be in at 8:30. That should be fun. Right? He's in a good mood today. He came in and was telling us stories.
Sorry, we were still talking about the whirlwind that was G in here.
G's got stories for days, man. It's too bad they can't all go on the air, but that dude's got stories. He'll come in at 8:30. Stacy's going to come by at 9 o'clock. We'll open up the phone lines at the end of the day. Adam Jude did a great job yesterday kind of explaining the what of what's going down with the Mariners offense, right? It's been bad. You know that. I don't need to tell you that the Mariners offense hasn't been good, but he came up with what, 4 or 5 reasons why that's happening, or to describe what's going on. Number one, he says they're not hitting the fastball, right? You got to be on time for the fastball, and they are not. They're struggling against all types of pitches through 13 games, he said. Sliders have proved especially difficult. But for a lineup that hit as many home runs as they did last year, it's surprising to see the persistent failings against fastballs. Collectively, they have a minus 5.8 runs above average value against fastballs. That is 25th in baseball. So that's a problem. The strikeout rate is a concern. It's 27.6, which is not great. In fact, it is higher than the 26.8% from a couple of years ago when they set a franchise record. They're making weak contact is another one. And then he kind of goes through all the different elements that could maybe give us a cause for hope, that they've been a little unlucky on the batting average on balls in play. That will even out a little bit. They've played some very good pitchers. He's right. And they've done it in difficult ballparks to hit in, especially in cold weather. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of reality in there. As always, Adam does a great job. I would couple it with the two things I saw yesterday from our friend Luke Arkins, who Brock often tries to treat like an intern. But he had two things that I thought were pretty interesting. One, he says, inspired by a Shannon Drayer comment, the Mariners currently have the highest whiff rate on pitches inside the strike zone this year. That's crazy. Not chases. Not pitches where they're chasing outside the zone and missing. Literally just pitches in the zone that they're just swinging through and missing. 17.1% of the time. That's ugly. He adds to it, the season is young, the sample is small, but the Mariners have experienced the largest jump in strike zone whiff rate compared to last year. Brutal. They're just missing strikes. It's one thing. All right, if they were chasing, I think we'd have a little bit easier time with the why, because this is all the what, right? This is what's happening. This is the data and showing us what the Mariners are doing wrong at the plate. But the why is the thing that is so confounding for me. If it was they were now swinging at more pitches outside the zone and missing, I think that makes logical sense. You're like, okay, they're pressing, they're swinging at too many pitches, everybody's trying to be too aggressive, and it's causing a problem. Okay. Like, that makes intrinsic sense to me. But the Mariners swinging and missing not just the most often, but the biggest percentage jump from last year in whiffing on pitches in the strike zone, why would that happen? Why would you be missing fastballs? Why would you be missing pitches in the zone? Why is it so much different from last year? Maybe it is as simple as the WBC. I've probably been a little bit unwilling to go there because it feels like a bit of an excuse, but maybe I need to. Maybe it is just a WBC thing. Maybe it has something to do with the pressure that they put on themselves. But again, I'm not sure I understand how that would affect their ability to hit pitches inside the strike zone.
I mean, maybe they're not swinging fast enough. That's more data we've seen this week.
Yeah, I guess you could put those two things together. But again, what's the why? Why aren't they swinging faster?
You can't know for sure, but when it's that down across the board, doesn't it look like a bit of a philosophical approach? Because this is not the first year they've started games in cold weather. Remember a few years ago in Minnesota, it was snowing?
Yes, I know. Believe me, all of that is true. Like, it's looking for the why is when things get so challenging in baseball. Here was John Morosi trying to come up with his answer as to why.
The explanation and where the struggles have come from make even less sense because it's Rodriguez, Naylor, and Raleigh, the three players that you felt most certain would produce. I still believe they will produce, but I was looking today just before we started this conversation. In the case of Raleigh, if you really get in the numbers and you start going through the analytics on it, is it really deserved that he's at this point? And the numbers say, yes, it is. There's been quite literally, if you look at the numbers on StatCast, there's been almost no hard contact, no actual what would be described as line drive, hard, driven contact from him, like scalded baseballs. He was one of the best in the sport last year. To this point, again, it's early days, 13 games, but he's been one of the worst in the sport this year.
Yeah, and again, those three hitters in the middle of their lineup are the three that have had the biggest challenge. I don't know that you could come up with three more different players. It's not like they've carbon copied it at 2, 3, and 4, and they're all having the same problem, right? I mean, Cal's a home run boomer bust kind of guy. He's not going to hit for a high average. Julio can do a little bit of everything, and Naylor, honestly, is more of a contact guy, doesn't strike out a whole lot. And yet all three of them have no ability to hit the ball right now. I don't know how to explain all that. I really don't. I don't have a good why. I'm trying, just like everybody is. Lyle, I think you're on to potentially something there with an organizational philosophy and trying to do a little something different. I'll see if I can dig around on that one a little bit, just because maybe, right? I mean, maybe the WBC has messed these guys up and their timing is off. 206, is it possible they're worn down from last year? I guess. Toronto's not playing well either, but like the Dodgers are. The Yankees are. It's possible. Sure. It's absolutely possible that they're worn down from last year. Does that feel like the reason why they're starting slow? 253 just says the timing is off. Yeah. But again, why? Why is that affecting them more than everybody else?
Well, if you're doing research, right, like the large sample size is what makes you think that there's something going on across the board.
With the bat speed.
Yeah.
Yes. In that one, I will agree. There does seem to be something going on there. But just the entirety of the struggles, and the one that blows me away is and it's similar to what Jude said. I mean, they're just sort of attacking the same problem from two different directions. One is missing fastballs and not hitting fastballs. The other is just missing pitches inside the strike zone.
Maybe they need to talk to Cole Young about what he did with fastballs.
Because he's hitting them no problem.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Last year they were a team that I think we would have said struggled more against the breaking ball. And maybe that was some of the organizational philosophy trying to adjust to the problems they had and trying to fix the problem. But unfortunately, it may have created a new one. And I don't know. I honestly don't know what to tell you guys. I don't have a good answer on this. For years, they've tried different things to try to deal with the slow starts and the cold weather. maybe the slower swing speed is a legitimate attempt to try to go the other way, and saying, all right, if you slow down your swing and try to go the other way more often, the line drives that will occur are going to be enough to help with the marine layer. Maybe that's the plan. If it is, it's not working. If it is, unleash the hounds. Damn the torpedoes. Let them go. Just start swinging hard and seeing what happens. Because as bad as we've seen some of the other starts, this one is offensively arguably worse than any of them. So I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I think the what makes a lot of sense. I don't fully understand the why. I think all we know is that it's got to change quick because you want to see this team start hitting. Now, all of that being said, I got two pieces of sound from this radio station from yesterday that raise an entirely different question about the struggles the Mariners have had already. I'll play those for you coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who would you entertain if you can get him for cheap as a Seahawk?
So this dude's been in the league 15 years. He's a big personality. I'd take a look at Cam Jordan. He had 10.5 sacks last year. If he's still around after this draft is over with, go ahead and take a look at Cam, especially if you're not sure about what's going to happen at your end spots.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? But do you have a room just sitting empty and you've dreamt of making it your own home gym? Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years. And you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design. It's no secret why everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that go in a home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months, plus mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here to get you in the best shape, so go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Upgrade your comfort and cut energy costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors, plus $1,000 off whole home projects. Enjoy 18 months, no payments, no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 15th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on right now through May 3rd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. Right now, during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, you can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers. Built to perform day after day, so you can deliver the results your clients expect. Work hard, mow with Gravely. It's the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, April 9th through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. I want to bring in Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, with the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest. They do amazing work with prostate cancer patients utilizing CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, is CyberKnife a new treatment?
You know, the CyberKnife technology is not new. The system has been around for more than a decade and has helped thousands of men with prostate cancer.
What can patients expect from CyberKnife treatment?
Well, the CyberKnife system is designed to help you gain control over your prostate cancer in the shortest number of treatments and with the least impact on your romantic life and on your urinary and bowel function. The result? Well, you get back to a normal, healthy life faster.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Mariners and Astros tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, been a bit of a frustrating beginning to this season for the Mariners, but they'll get back out there to start a new series this weekend. They come back home for a 4-gamer against the Astros, who have not been pitching well at all. So hopefully a cure for the ailing bats here in Seattle. It'll be Emerson Hancock on the mound first. He's been arguably their best pitcher so far. He'll be followed tomorrow by Logan Gilbert. And then you kind of go, by Luis Castillo, then Logan Gilbert, then George Kirby. So that's your foursome for this weekend series. Brian Kenny on the station yesterday trying to understand what it is that has happened so far this year.
The Yankees have been a surprise to me where they look excellent, not just okay and contending, but they look like the class of the league. But I thought Seattle would be right there. And I think most people about a week and a half ago felt that. So it's a surprise, but you're right. It's funny. I spoke to San Francisco radio like a few days ago, and I had seen the Giants play poorly against the Mets, and yet they were so down and so panicked. I'm like, easy. It's like 2 weeks. They had a bad game. It's a bad weekend. So, there's too much talent here and too much young talent. So it's not like it's aging right in front of you, and it's crazy April early right now.
It is crazy April early. That's a great way of saying it. It is April 10th today. It is crazy April early, but those numbers are pretty staggering when you go through all of the swing and miss and all the challenges that they've had offensively, and you don't want to get too far behind the 8 ball. So 4-9, not necessarily a huge issue. Take 3 out of 4 this weekend. Right? And doesn't everything feel a whole lot better? You get at that point to 8-10, and you're like, all right, a couple games below 500, and off you go, and everything just sort of normalizes. So they're not that far off of everything being fine, but you do have to get there. They saw a little drop in the power rankings on ESPN yesterday. Started the year at 2nd, dropped to 3rd, now they're 7th. That sounds about right, and probably represents the respect that everyone still has for this roster that needs to start playing like it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Beniers assesses, scores a beautiful goal. Wow.
Yeah, that one was good. This one was even better.
Berkeley Catton, the first shootout opportunity of his young National Hockey League career. Here comes the kid. What a goal! The little cat gets it done, and the Kraken are up by 1.
The little cat, Berkeley Catton, getting it done in the shootout. I think it was the 4th round of the shootout as well, as it just kept going, and he finally put things away. A day after announcing their big change in the front office, the Kraken snapped their losing streak. There were some interesting moments, and I wouldn't say they outplayed them throughout the game, but they got it done. They stave off elimination, though probably just for one night. It'll probably happen later tonight, but that's okay. Team president Tod Leiweke meeting with the media yesterday, trying to explain the decision to move on from Ron Francis, and essentially just saying that what they've had results-wise has not been acceptable. As for what comes next, we talked to Greg Wyshynski yesterday about Jason Botterill, who will now take over.
I have more faith in him to maybe be the guy to successfully take some big swings with the organization than I would with some of the other candidates you might want to bring in for a GM or president of hockey operations that I think are in the retread category. He's always struck me as a guy with a vision, and I've been eager to see what he could do with better resources and better ownership support, which he didn't have in Buffalo. I mean, that being said, we haven't talked about sort of what I think is the elephant in the room, which is this team really needs to start moving ahead and be a contender and plant its flag as far as what it is.
Yeah, the hard part is he went on to say the best way to do that is to take a step back and actually get worse before getting better. So obviously a bit of a challenge trying to figure out the right direction forward for these Kraken, as they're about to be eliminated. It'll be 4 out of 5 years now that they haven't made the playoffs. And obviously you got the Sonics coming. You got a busy sports landscape here. All of those things, I'm sure, are weighing heavily on the minds of Tod Leiweke and the rest of the Kraken ownership group.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
John Schneider is inside of 2 weeks now and is getting pretty close to being ready for the draft, as he told Wyman and Bob yesterday.
The scouts are back in. We have our local day today, so we have 40 guys finishing up out here today. Yeah, we have a pretty clear picture of what the board looks like. We'll be getting with the coaches next weekend. This is always a really cool weekend when the scouts are in studying, because the Masters is going. We got it going all day, and it's just an awesome, you're kind of narrowing in on what it's going to look like, and listening to all the guys just have you hear their passion. We can deal with this guy, or we can't deal with this guy, or I don't feel good about this. Let somebody else have him. That sort of thing.
Well, he mentions the Masters going on. He's right. It is. Sam Burns, Rory McIlroy, co-leaders. Neither have teed off yet today. Here was Rory talking about his 5-under round yesterday.
For me, over the last 10 years here, I was trying to win the Masters, but I was also chasing the Grand Slam.
Of course.
So it was the two things that it really sort of teed up on the first tee today and not have that. I still felt nerves. I still felt the anxiety that I always feel when I tee it up here for the first time. But I just feel like I settled into the round really nicely. Mm-hmm. And when I hit it in the trees a few times on the front nine, it was like, you know what? It's okay. I'll figure it out, make a par, move on. So certainly a different feeling today, and hopefully that continues.
Let's see, as I mentioned, Burns and McIlroy leading. Not a lot of movement so far this morning. Wyndham Clark has dropped a couple strokes and he's moved up the leaderboard. He's now at 3 under. Aaron Rai is now at 2 under. Jordan Spieth gets to 1 under. We'll see how long that lasts. Man, he was bizarre yesterday. Just a typical Jordan day. Tune in on 18. You see Jordan walking into a tree through the bushes. I thought he was on his way to Narnia. The next thing you know, he's like, par. This is after making a bunch of bad bogeys. That guy's so frustrating. I love him so much. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I really do love him, Maura. I don't know that it's ever going to be paid off, but I do love the man.
As long as I've worked with you,
yep,
We've had hope for him. You talk about him a little less
Allegiant.
each tournament.
Well, he's my favorite athlete in the world. He's number one. He's my number one favorite athlete in all of sports. And when he was at his prime, there was nothing more fun. It was so fun. And then it all came crashing down, and it just has not been the same since. So I'm sorry. One day he'll get back to the top of the mountain, and I'll be happy. And until then, all of these golf tournaments, every one of them makes me annoyed. What can I tell you? Hey, you can download the Seattle Sports app. Every game, one app, completely free. Take the game with you on the go, whether you're running errands or if you're at hockey tryouts or practices like I was at last night, on a hike, on the boat, wherever. I don't have a boat, but if you did have a boat, you could take the app with you. It's that easy. Enjoy every pitch of Rick Riz in his final year, all in his final season. Let's be clear, it's not Rick's final year, just his final season of broadcasting Mariner games. It's all in one place, no cost. The easiest way to enjoy Seattle Mariner baseball is free on the Seattle Sports app. Also, I don't know if you guys can see. I don't think it's quite available on YouTube, but let me show you guys what we got here. Hold on.
Yeah, you have to hold them up.
Yeah, let me hold this up. This is the Ichiro statue. It's not really a bobblehead. It's like just a miniature version of the Ichiro statue. It's pretty cool. It's like bronze. You know, I'm not like a big memorabilia guy, and the bobbleheads are not for me. But this thing's pretty cool.
That's tonight's giveaway.
That's tonight? The bronze element is actually kind of awesome. And he's holding the bat, doing the Ichiro stance. So that is tonight. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see this, or on the Seattle Sports app. Hold on. Let me get the other thing, because this one is awesome. This is a big part of this one. This one was requested in the Salk family. Oh, this is the Humpy plushie. There's something, it's supposed to sit on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Well, how does it do that?
I don't know.
I don't understand the shoulder element of it. But yeah, there he is. There's Humpy. There's a piece of paper on this one because this one belongs to Matt Nelson, I guess. But there you go. There's Humpy on my shoulder. And, yeah, I'm bringing one home for Cecily, who specifically requested a Humpy deal, but is not going to be around this weekend. So if you are around, you can be one of the first, 10,000 people or so, and you can get a Humpy plushie, which is pretty sweet. That's tomorrow, and the Ichiro one is tonight. So go over to the ballpark, and there's some pretty cool stuff. Now, Maura's got a game that we're going to play in a few minutes. Before she does, I'm going to play you these two pieces of sound, because this is kind of mind-blowing. Obviously, the hitting has not been great for the Mariners. But two different people are making an argument that the bigger problem, or at least as big a problem, is the pitching, which is really bizarre. But listen to this. It's next on Brock and Salk.
After a much-needed day off following a 5-game skid, it's back home and back at it for the Mariners.
Just what the Mariners are looking for.
Tonight, it's Emerson Hancock on the mound in the first of 4 against the Astros at T-Mobile.
12 in a row set down by Emerson Hancock.
First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame.
It's particularly delightful to see the Astros suffering like that.
Double play. Nicely turned by the Mariners.
Listen live anywhere for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Ewart, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Contractors, equipment buyers, operators, this is the big one you've been waiting for. The huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, and Vehicles online auction. Presented by the Murphy Auction Company. Bidding is underway now and starts closing at 10 a.m. Thursday, April 16th. On the auction block, 11 excavators, including a 2018 Bobcat E85, 3 wheel loaders featuring a 2018 Cat 966M. There's 6 telehandlers and reach mowers from John Deere and New Holland, and lots more, like 2 Vector trucks, 2 Mack CV713 transfer trucks, 11 dump trucks, and 2 2015 Peterbilt 567 roll-off trucks. And then there's over 300 titled items, including pickup trucks, vans, and SUVs. Preview all items at our location in Marysville, April 14th and 15th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Get online and start bidding now at murphyauction.com. murphyauction.com.
Ooh, that face, quantum fiber
outside the box, from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps your meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls, back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service. ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Rev up your life at America's Car Museum. Perfect for all ages. It's more than a museum. It's an experience. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see the real machines in the birth of the American supercar. Curated by Steve Saleen. Featuring legendary Shelby Cobras and GT40s. Enjoy cruise-ins, drive-ins under the stars, and next-generation race simulators. Grab the family, invite friends, and accelerate the heart rate of fun and learning. Plan your visit today at americascarmuseum.org.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I spoke with Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, and Dr. Meyer said Swedish CyberKnife patients are really satisfied with their experience. They report very few side effects, and they're seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later. To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
When I'm catching up with friends or family, C-Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, it's where we go. A welcoming atmosphere, and I get to see my good friend, Chef John Howie.
Hey, thanks, Brock. At C-Star, we're known for fresh local seafood, unmatched hospitality, and great value. Right now, enjoy a 3-course dinner in the lounge every night, starting at just $50.
$50. You cannot beat that value these days, and it's only with Chef John Howie at CStarRestaurant.com, CStarRestaurant.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we all know the Mariners are struggling to hit the baseball, but is that not the real problem? I mean, I think it is, but this did sort of jump out to me yesterday. Brian Kenny and Jesse Rogers both joining the station, not on our show, but on the other two shows, and both of whom had something to say about Mariner pitching. And, you know, Brock was saying yesterday, well, I look at the Mariners pitching, and they're, number 2 or something in ERA, and he's like, I know it's an older stat, but still, it tells a pretty good story. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. The pitching's been great. Well, listen to Brian Kenny, and then more importantly, listen to Jesse Rogers. This was Brian Kenny yesterday.
Every time I heard, I love Seattle pitching, that's the best pitching rotation in the game, I would look and I'd say, well, again, I know there's a lot of noise in ERA, but if you're in a pitcher's park, you actually have to have superior run prevention. And I haven't seen that. I've seen a lot of, guys that you see, high strikeout rate. Yeah, but at a certain point, you are somewhat responsible for the runs you allow. So I thought actually their park-adjusted ERAs did not warrant did not match up to the reputation.
There were issues last year on the road for the Mariner pitching staff, right? There were. I mean, we talked there. Brian Wu was really the one guy who last year was immune. Luis Castillo to an extent, but really it was Brian Wu who was the one guy that was immune from the bark factor splits when they were playing at home versus when they were pitching on the road. We know that T-Mobile Park suppresses offense. Obviously, it does something to help the pitching, and that has been a great benefit to this Mariner pitching staff. There's no doubt. As for whether or not they're not that good, I don't know. That felt a bit strong to me. But I actually thought this from Jesse Rogers was a little bit more interesting and maybe more telling in terms of what's happened so far this year.
What are you doing in the moments when the game can turn? And Seattle is dead last on the mound. Dead last. Like Andres Munoz gives up that 10th inning home run. Like he's going to be really good, but that's a moment that lost a game, right? So it's really interesting to see, go to that column sometimes because it gives you the numbers inside the numbers. Because if you're creating offense or ERA when the game's out of hand, that's not as meaningful. When the game's in the moment that you need to throw a pitch, you got to come through, and the Mariners have not done that so far. But we know they will. It's almost like what I said about their hitting. It's going to come around. The Mariners have a good pitching infrastructure. They will pitch in big moments better than they have so far.
So his point here, to sort of help understand that, is the pitching stat he's talking about is win probability added, WPA. I don't want to get too deep into it, but I think you can understand what it means, win probability added. And what he's saying is the Mariners are last in that category. Their pitching staff is last in win probability added, meaning while the overall numbers are good, their performance in the highest leverage situations, when it matters the most, has not been good. Now, you could look at that and say bad luck. In fact, a lot of people would, especially in a small sample size. You'd say, yeah, over time that's going to normalize. If you're a good pitcher, yeah, you might have given up some hits at bad moments, but that is probably more fluke than it is something that's going to repeat. I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, they're not performing well in one-run games. And while obviously the offense has been the biggest part of that, obviously some of the execution in big moments and some of the little things that they haven't done, include the defense, and that has been a part of it. It's a team game. And I think what you're hearing from Jesse Rogers there is, so far at least, put the pitching staff in there as well. Even though they've been good overall, they haven't been good in the biggest moments. Their leverage moments that change the game have all gone against them. So it is a team effect. Everyone is contributing to this right now. All of that, again, is what? None of it necessarily explains the why, other than what he says at the end. It's still so early that the odds are that all that stuff is going to turn back around. And hopefully that starts tonight with Houston in town for 4. We will spend some time later this morning talking to G. Scott. We'll talk to Stacy Rost as well. But right now, we're going to play a fun game of Whose Shoes.
All right.
I really just wanted to play this today. Yeah, I do. I wanted to play because I wanted to hear a little bit of Lords of the Underground. Yeah. I love Lords of the Underground. The Lords, here come the Lords.
We had a text earlier from someone thanking you for introducing them to Fela Kuti.
Yeah, that was nice of me.
Okay.
Here to help. Well, let me introduce you to Lords of the Underground.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Listen to this song. Listen to Sleep for Dinner. Listen to Chief Rocka is like the ultimate. Great song. Okay, what do we got? Whose shoes would I rather be in?
Myles Garrett or Max Crosby?
I would, man, that's a really hard question.
Good. I try.
I'm going to pull a Mike McDonald 17-second pause here. I'd rather be in Max Crosby's No, I'd rather be in Myles Garrett's shoes. Man, that one's really hard. I would rather, here's ultimately the reason. Unfortunately for Max, he's now tainted with the injury problem.
True. Everyone's going to wonder.
Yeah, and he's still, that's going to be out there. On the other hand, he's not in a horrific situation right now, which is why I was leaning his way. Like Myles Garrett is just trying to get out of the worst situation in sports, playing for the Cleveland Browns.
I definitely have more hope for the Raiders than the Browns.
Exactly. But ultimately, I don't really have any hope for either of them, and I would just rather be Myles Garrett. So I'm going to go, I would rather be in Myles Garrett's shoes.
Lyle?
Yeah, I'll say Max Crosby because, like you said, if you have to pick a situation to be in, you got Clint Kubiak there now, who he knows is a good coach. And you're about to have the number 1 pick and get Fernando Mendoza, so I'll say Crosby.
Also, if I just had to experience life as one of those two people for a day, I'd rather be Myles Garrett than Max Crosby.
Oh, okay.
I just think it would be more fun, like literally to be Myles Garrett for a day. You imagine walking around being built like that?
Well, sure, and Myles Garrett at this point is one of the greatest defensive ends of all time.
Right.
But
And Max Crosby's a really good player, but like, I don't want to walk around in Max Crosby's shoes. I want to be in Myles Garrett's shoes. I think that'd be more fun.
But at the same time, again, I'm going with Crosby because better situation in Vegas, but I thought you were going to go this route. I'd rather be in Vegas than Cleveland.
Well, that's also true.
Good point.
But if I had Myles Garrett money, I'd be just fine going to Vegas whenever I wanted. He's got to get out of Cleveland. He's got to come to Seattle, man. Bring Myles Garrett to Seattle. Thank you, Maura.
Oh, it's the shoe. The shoe? It's gotta be the shoes.
All right, next up, Jason Botterill or Lane Lambert?
All right, so that's Kraken GM Jason Botterill or Kraken coach Lane Lambert. I mean, I'd rather be in Botterill's shoes because at least he's got the ability to go do something. Lane Lambert's job, unfortunately, is entirely dependent on what Jason Botterill does and whether or not the guy gets him any star power, any horsepower. Yeah, I'm going to go. I think both will end up keeping their jobs, although, Todd did not exactly say that was for certain with Lane Lambert. I think that they want to try to get him more help and see what happens in year 2. But I would say I'd rather be in Jason Botterill's shoes. You just get a little bit longer of a leash when you're the GM, and I think he's more in control of his own future and destiny than Lane Lambert is. People want to know how to spell fellow cutie. It's not fellow cutie, no. F-E-L-A, second word, K-U-T-I.
Yeah. All right, I thought of this one because Brock's been taking his kids on a lot of college visits recently. And then Kyle, our boss, started asking Lyle a lot of questions about how many college visits he went on.
Mm-hmm.
So would you rather be on college visits with Brock Heward or Lyle Goldstein?
No.
What, neither?
No, I don't want to go on a college visit with either of them. Brock, going on a college visit with Brock is like having a school marm with you. Like, I don't need Brock judging me and how I'm handling the way I personally would identify which college I would want to go to.
What question?
And I don't need Lyle looking at me funny every time I want to go try the food.
What were you interested to actually see on the campus, Lyle?
Well, at ASU, the journalism school, for sure.
Lyle wanted to just make sure all the classes were online so he didn't have to go to any of the classrooms.
Oh, I mean, yeah, add that in too.
What was most important to you?
No, the online class. No, I'm kidding.
The weather.
Honestly, yeah, it was a combination of the journalism school being a good program and like having some of the things that I wanted to dive into. It being in a good area with things to do and opportunities around.
Did you do like an overnight visit?
No, we just went for the day.
Okay. I did an overnight visit at Pomona. It was fun.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, our orientation was just during the day. But when I did that in whatever it was, May, before we started in mid-August. But yeah, like for example, like I looked at Washington State pretty heavily too. But I think one of the things that really put ASU over the top was journalism school was a little more modern and advanced in my opinion. Plus, there was just so much more to do in the area with like more pro sports, spring training, college sports, where otherwise
you got to stop talking about it though, because I think that Arizona State doesn't want you continuing to talk about being a graduate of their school. No, I think they're embarrassed.
I don't know.
I don't think they want this kind of publicity.
I don't know.
All right, that one was kind of just for Salk since you were included in as an option.
Yeah.
Next up, Colt Emerson or Emerson Hancock? Whose shoes?
I'd rather be in Colt Emerson's shoes. I just got paid $95 million, and my future is pretty set. I like what Emerson Hancock has done, but he's going to have to continue to prove it. By the way, Lyle with some good points on Colt Emerson in our email last night, because I know we've seen a lot of bring up Colt Emerson, and I talked a little bit about it yesterday, that could end up being the thing. Lyle, give me your numbers from yesterday, because I think they're very relevant.
So let me preface it with this. I do not think this is going to continue because Colt Emerson has never been a guy that's shown he's had issues with these numbers. Right. But as we sit 10 games in Tacoma, he's currently walking 2% of the time, and he's striking out over 32% of the time. So for anybody out there that's saying, oh, just bring him up right now, no, they're not going to do that.
2%? Is that even possible? Has he had 50 at-bats yet?
Just means he hasn't drawn many walks. Yeah.
But, like, if he's had one walk, he would need 50 at-bat, like 50 plate appearances. Maybe he's had 50.
2.7% was the number.
That's
at least
crazy.
as of yesterday.
Wow.
But
you do realize that rounds to 3, right? Not 2?
Well, sure, but the number starts with 2, so I said 2.
That's not how that works.
He's had 39 at-bats.
But, okay, the number's 2.7.
All right.
So it says, whatever, I said 2.
That would be 3.
Whatever. Point being, he needs a little more time.
All right. I agree. Anyway, thank you.
So
what was the strikeout rate?
39 at-bats, 1 walk.
And how many strikeouts?
Strikeout rates over 32%.
Yeah, that's not going to do
12
it.
12 strikeouts.
Not going to do it. Not going to work.
Again, I'm almost positive this will not continue, but this is why I keep saying Memorial Day-ish.
That sounds right. You and I are exactly on the same page. I'm just making fun of you for talking about your college, all the while not understanding how to round numbers.
Whatever. Starts with a 2, I said 2.
You're the best, Lyle. You're the best. Okay, that is Whose Shoes for today. Maura did have one other. She was asking Kobe Bryant, Ken Walker, Boy Mafe, or Reek Woolen. I got to remember where all of them are. It's like hard to remember. Ken Walker, I know, is in Kansas City. Reek is in Philly. Kobe is in where? Kobe Bryant? Chicago. And Boye went to Cleveland? No, Cincinnati.
This one's decently easy for me.
It's probably Ken Walker, right? I mean, just you're going to go play for a guy that's going to figure out how to use you.
Well, and you're lining up next to Patrick Mahomes every snap.
That seems like that's an easy answer. But Kobe might be second for me, getting to go play in Chicago. That seems like a cool deal. Young team that's building something up that actually looks pretty decent. So that would probably be my other answer. Thank you, Maura. A great job with some Whose Shoes and an opportunity to play some Lords of the Underground. And Brock will join us now for Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, Salky. How are you?
I'm doing great. Where did we find you this morning? K-State?
Where am I this morning? This morning, I am in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Oh, nice.
Yes. From Manhattan to Stillwater to Lubbock, the old triangle, Salky. Putting some miles on the road.
You got any news for us today?
There's going to be news in about 13 minutes.
Oh,
so you next need to know.
13 minutes?
Yes. At the top of the hour, there's going to be some news.
Okay.
And then you can share it in the
next need to know. All right, 8:15.
Next need to know.
All right. Stay tuned for news at 8:15.
Molly is pregnant with twins. I don't know how. Yes.
Easy.
I just broke the news.
That's not true. That's not it. All right, Brock, 3 good football questions. You ready, buddy?
I'm ready, I think.
We'll start here. John Schneider, his process. I thought this was kind of interesting yesterday. This was John Schneider with Wyman and Bob. It's a little bit of a longer cut, but take a listen to kind of where they're at right now as it relates to the medicals.
Made mistakes. We've learned our lessons over the years, like where to, like how far, where to take the player or the person, and that's part of it too. Like Sam and David Strickland and the docs too. Like they're evaluating the person too. Like they're helping us evaluate. We have like these 30 guys in here on these visits getting physicals and everything. And at the combine, they're helping us evaluate all these guys. So it's like, well, what was your impression? Is he a tough guy? Is he going to push through? Is he not going to push through? So it's really like how do we? Sometimes I think we've just. And it was definitely early on. Mm-hmm. We just were like, okay, thanks. Like, guy's a really good player. And it didn't work out. But it goes the other way, too. And that's what's fun about being able to give Sam and, Dr. Ed and those guys some crap, too. It's like, so I think I told you, like, Brett Favre was supposed to fail his physical when he was traded to the Green Bay Packers. And Ron Wolf's like, no, he's not going to fail his physical. And he starts, like, 298 games or whatever in a row, right?
Yeah.
So.
How important is their process?
Yeah, it's tremendously important, and it's the one thing, like it's just impression, right? If you were to hang out with John Schneider on a golf course or at Dino's or at a movie, and he loves movies, I don't think you'd walk away and go, that guy is the most disciplined, every minute of every day has structure. Yet, the structure of their program and their process is extraordinary. He went further with the guys yesterday, and I love these Schneider shows. You should not miss any of them. He shares more than most GMs do. A couple weeks from the draft, he gives you great insight always. And he just talked about, like this weekend, we'll have the coaches in, or next weekend the coaches in, and then, that kind of finalizes it. But he takes in all this different inputs from the doctors, from the trainers, from the psychologists, from a Tuesday with Mike McDonald. That's the final meeting. He said where the final game plan fully is crystallized, comes into play. So by kickoff Thursday night with that draft, I'm good to go. I feel fully confident in everything. So it just strikes me as it always does listening to John, who's like the greatest, most fun-loving dude there is. But there is a stern process. There is a very strict procedure, so you eliminate emotion. And that old line, right? There's no emotion in business. This big acquisition, and his ability to eliminate emotion, I really firmly believe comes from their just very strict process.
Yeah. I thought you were going to go towards time on task, too, because it feels like that one is obviously important as well. It's taken them time to kind of work through all this, and that is an advantage, having done this many times.
There is no question about that. And it also comes to trust. I tell people, there's some in my old profession, Mike, that would do production meetings with coaches and not want anybody around. No. I want to sit with Coach because I get more out of Coach when it's just a one-on-one. Well, bullcrap. What about what Jason Benetti's going to hear and the intuition that Allison is going to hear in all of her years of experience, and Bo and Darren and everybody in the room? You don't want their ears. You don't want their perception. You don't want their read, their gut, because it may be different than yours. And you need, I think, all of those different experiences and voices. And John trusts everybody around him really, really at a high level.
All right, question number 2. Another one from the John Schneider.
Bull crap on you, by the way. I just dropped a bull crap.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's only 7:50. It's time.
When was the last time you said bull crap?
I probably never said that because I'm not a loser. But, we all have differences. That's fine.
Nice.
Brock, another one from the John Schneider show yesterday. He was asked to list some of the other franchises that he felt were the most aligned with the Seahawks philosophically.
Ooh, good question.
Which ones do you think he said?
That's a good question. I think he would go certainly to the old Baltimore Ravens with Ozzie Newsome in particular. Costa seems to be a bit much. I would think he would point to Green Bay. Green Bay's done it a long time. That's where he cut his teeth. Does he point to Les Snead and Sean McVay down in L.A. as well? Right. I think there's some parallel in the way they do business. Those would be a few. Where'd he go?
Take a listen to John.
I don't know if it's a grading system, but the Ravens have always drafted similar. We've always had, they're we've heard from them. They've heard from us. We're going to take, Rashad Penny and you guys took him or whatever. We're back, similar, back and forth with that. Where it is right now, Jason Light's a close friend of mine, general manager for Tampa Bay. Been doing it a long time. And there's a bunch of guys that they're just, George Payton in Denver, known forever. Oh, shoot, I'm missing people now that you asked. But there's guys that, you're kind of dang, I don't want to talk to you before the draft because I don't want to lie to you,
Right.
And I don't lie. I just don't tell them.
Just don't tell them anything.
Lies
of omission.
Yeah, there you go. Lies of omission.
Yeah, that makes sense. Those two make sense. And the relationship there, I think, with Peyton and Light that have been doing it like he has for decades, right? Peyton did it as an assistant in Minnesota with Spielman, but he's been around the game a long time. Light's been around it a long time. And that one, instead of time on task, that one falls into the silo of, I like doing business. I do business with people I enjoy doing business with.
Right.
And he's got a lot of those folks around the league.
All right, question number 3 comes from a text early morning, 5:22 a.m. This text came in from the 206.
What?
Brock and Salk. Morning, everyone. I know it's early, but if the Giants take Love early in the draft, could the Seahawks inquire about Cam Skattebo for a late-round pick from next year's draft?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the Giants are going to move on from a guy that's a legend already out there in New York, and their skill sets are very different. Jeremiah is so explosive, and Scadaboo is just a banger, right? Just a meathead, and catches the ball really well and does many other things. And no, I don't think the Giants would do that. He had tremendous value as a mid-round pick for them for the next few years. And then even, just kind of skill set wise, as we talk about, right? He's more in the camp of the Holanis. He's a doubles hitter. He's not going to ever be a real home run explosive threat. So, no, I don't think so. I appreciate the idea and the thought at 5:25 in the morning, but I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, I don't. Pretty aligned there. Just not a fit.
Yeah, no, just not a fit.
It's not a fit. As much as I like him, and it'd be fun.
Lyle would love it.
I know. Lyle was excited this morning when we brought it up. All right, that is today's Blue 88. Pretty cool.
The overnight text toy a little different, obviously, without a Mariner game. So
no, actually, it was actually pretty similar. Yeah, it was actually not as different as you would think. It was still pretty angry and still had a lot to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was a suggestion on the overnight text toy that I did not necessarily. I didn't think we had any evidence of it, so I couldn't buy into it. But I thought it was interesting, an idea at least, wondering if the Mariner clubhouse was in sort of a post 2014 Super Bowl Seahawks spot where, Pete made the decision at the end of that Super Bowl and it drove everybody crazy versus Dan and some of the challenges, especially in Game 7 of the ALCS. But it was an interesting idea, but I've just seen zero evidence whatsoever to suggest that anyone in that building had any problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah, and remember the process of football versus baseball. Okay, football, you have that, and then you've got spring and OTAs and mini camps and training. You got so much versus baseball is like, okay, it's over, and then you rip the Band-Aid off, and you don't get together again until spring training.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't linger. It just doesn't linger. You flush it, kind of like baseball has to do, night in and night out. It doesn't linger. This 4-9 start better not linger. Right? They better flush it with the off day yesterday and get back to work and get back to winning some doggone baseball games beginning tonight, Salky.
All right, sounds pretty good. All right, news coming out, it sounds like very soon. I will try to report it, Brock, and need to know in about 20 minutes. Thank you. We will see you on Monday, and I'll come back here with For You and Review next.
Love you, long.
After reaching the NFL's mountaintop,
the Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The work continues for the Seahawks to keep the foundation strong. It's the 2026 NFL Draft, Thursday, April 23rd. Only Seattle Sports begins its first-round draft coverage with a reigning NFL Executive of the Year.
Who are the real Seahawks?
The John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. with Brock Hewitt, Michael Bumpus, Steve Wyman, and host Bob Stelton live until 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY. That's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
You don't have to be a great golfer to get a handicap. You don't have to play every weekend, and you definitely don't need to be super competitive. A golf handicap index is for any golfer. Michael Bumpus here. In fact, it only takes 3 18-hole rounds to get started. So whether you play to compete, improve, or just have more fun with your golf buddies, a handicap makes the game fair and more interesting. Getting one is easy. Sign up, post 3 rounds, and you're set. Learn more at wagolf.org/710. wagolf.org/710.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat, and it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat. Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat of $50 savings with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Man, our timing has just been all messed up. We've been doing Blue 88 at 8 o'clock sometimes, and, generally we do For You and Review at 9, but we're going to talk to Stacy, and I don't want her to come in too early, so Stacy's going to come join us in studio at 9 o'clock, and that's always fun to do on a Friday. So right now, without further ado, let's go through some of the biggest moments of our week.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clack. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
Okay, so I like doing this segment for 2 reasons. One, I like reminding everybody what they've missed, and just, you can go to the YouTube page or our Seattle Sports app and find the long form or short form of all of these interviews. But also, it's fun to play you some of the best sound of the week and then react to it again. So let's run through it. We started Monday with Peter Schrager, and we found out it is Peter, not Pete. Peter Schrager from now ESPN, who knows both Mike Macdonald and Sean McVay very well and doesn't really see the similarity.
Very different. Sean was raised in a football family and was immediately handed off to Gruden when he was working in the UFL, and then learned from Shanahan and Jay Gruden and did all Mike's dad, I think, was in construction or shipping or something down there in Georgia. It's a different breed. So Mike comes he's an alien in the NFL. He comes from literally nowhere and begged Kirby Smart for an opportunity to work at Georgia, and then worked his way up the ladder. Not that Sean was gifted anything, but it's Sean was in the crib learning football. Mike Macdonald almost self-taught in a way. And I could tell you, knowing McVay way longer than I've known Mike Macdonald and being very close with McVay, and a guy who's been to McVay's wedding and all these things, he respects the hell out of Mike Macdonald, but he wants to beat the hell out of Mike Macdonald as well. And I think that is mutual. And they're very different personalities. They're very different. They're both from the state of Georgia, but I don't see them as similar in any way as far as how they got into this or how they dressed their team.
He just sort of drops in that he attended his wedding. No biggie. Just pick that name right up off the floor. I think it's a good point he makes, and I don't think they're all that similar either. I've probably bristled more than anybody at the Mike Macdonald is the Sean McVay of the defense. And if I'm Mike at some point, dude, whatever. I beat that guy 2 out of 3 times last year. I just won my Super Bowl my second season. Stop only talking about who I am in comparison to who he is. I'm my own man. And that's very much the Mike Macdonald story of doing it his own way. And I thought Schrager did a really nice job there of explaining it. Jeff Passan joined us Tuesday, as he always does. And at that point, the Mariners were, 2 more? They've lost 2 more games since then. So things have gotten a little bit worse. But he was pointing to some of the comps out there.
It's interesting seeing the Mariners and the Reds. They've had very similar seasons so far, just in terms of difficult time scoring runs, but good pitching. The difference is the Reds are 7-3 and the Mariners are 4-7. So when I say it's early, that's what I mean, that these small samples, they really do not indicate a whole lot about the trajectory of a team. But it's some of those little things that you can take away that maybe a couple months down the road you saw the signs of early on in the season.
So that was Jeff. I'm going to hold on before I react, and I'm going to play you Shannon from the next day, because I think these two things go together.
I think the most concerning, if you say right now, in the moment, and the thing that could really help them right now, play cleaner baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are seeing those small errors being made, whether they register as an error or not, if that's what the scorekeeper calls them. Mm-hmm. You know them, you see them, and it's on all sides of the ball. Sometimes it's a pitch, sometimes it's a misplay, sometimes it's something you see on the base paths. They've got to tighten that up to 100%. Right?
So I'm going to put those two things together because I think they matter. Why are the Reds now 8-5 while the Mariners are 4-9 despite some of the similarities? Well, it's the little things, right? You got to play clean. And Shannon, I thought, expressed it very well. We heard a lot of the same stuff from Aaron Goldsmith. And, Jeff kind of hits on it there. Well, why are the Reds in one spot and the Mariners in another? 1-run games. And why is the EPA where it is? What was it? The expected what? Give me it again.
WPA.
WPA. Thank you. The EPA is the Environmental Protection Agency. We don't need that.
Well, and that's a football stat. EPA.
Sorry, this is win
probability
added. Win probability added. Yeah, you got to make big decisions. You got to make them right, and then you got to deliver in those big moments. The Mariners have not so far this year. Daniel Jeremiah on Wednesday.
If you told me they could just trade out of the first round and get Price, who is my second running back, and I really like, I think he's going to be a really good player, I would probably be more in that camp to lean into that. Let's get some extra resources. I still think he's going to be an excellent player. The concern is, when you're trading back, how far do you go back? Because in my opinion, after Price, it is a steep drop off to get to the third running back.
So do you take the opportunity to trade back, a little bit of risk in there, and then try to take Jadarian Price? I like the idea. I do think you trade back, and I don't mind going back into the later 30s. I don't think you need to only do 3 or 4 spots. I don't mind going back into the later 30s, because if you don't get Jadarian Price, I'm fine with taking a defensive end. I'm fine with taking a corner Like, I think both of those things are still huge needs for the team, and you can always find a running back somewhere else. Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy, now with ESPN, covering hockey, joined us, yesterday to talk about the decision to move on from Ron Francis.
5 years of treading water with only one playoff series victory. It was a hell of a win, but, it's only one. It really does beg for this moment for Jason Botterill and ownership to hunker down and figure out what the right path is. Okay. And frankly, I took a lot of grief when I said the right path was to tank and to tear it down. And Kraken fans kind of came at me because they're like, well, we're contending. I'm like, okay, but that's fine. You're contending to be grist for the mill in the first round by being a wild card team. Like I've said for the last couple of years, the right path for this team is to tear it down, be bad for a few years, and cycle back.
Well, and if you know anything about listening to this show, you know that I really hate being stuck in between. Hate those teams that just barely make the playoffs or just barely miss the playoffs. That's the wrong spot. That's very in between. You want to be at the top or you want to be at the bottom, or don't bother coming to play. So good stuff there from Greg Wyshynski. I don't know what direction the Kraken are going to go next. I think everything is up in the air right now for them. I'm hopeful, right? They seem to recognize at least that there's a problem. Now it's about going out and actually fixing that problem, which is a whole lot harder to do. Last one I'll play here is Aaron Goldsmith. And I thought this was interesting because we kind of brought up the idea of calling up Colt Emerson at some point, not today, but at some point calling up Colt Emerson when he's ready. And could you then move Brendan Donovan to left, and could Randy DH a little bit? And does that help with some of the defense at both positions, which has been pretty iffy to start the year?
If you're the Mariners, you say, well, then, hey, we need you to be a little more locked in out there, right? And I'm sure that they've said that to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's someone at some point in the first 2 weeks of the season. So that I have no idea what Donovan is like as a left fielder. Is he probably around average? Yeah, I bet he's probably around average. Is that an upgrade? I'll let other people decide that. I don't know. But I think the point is it isn't as, I guess my point, Mike, is that, as you probably understand, it isn't as clean as it sounds if you're making a fantasy baseball lineup right now.
Yeah, it's a great point. Right, you want to take a guy out in his contract year already isn't all that happy and say, hey, you're going to DH now? He may tell you to go to hell, and that's sort of the end of the conversation. Baseball players have a lot of juice, and if he decides to shut it down, you're kind of out of luck. So it's a really good point that he makes. He's absolutely right, and these are some of the complexities of making decisions when you run a baseball team. It's just not as simple as a fantasy team where you're like, yeah, move this guy here, move this guy there, we're good to go. There's real feelings, emotions, and personalities that are involved. All right, you can find all of those interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, on the Seattle Sports app. Super easy to get all of the good stuff we do every week, and you can find it all there on video on our YouTube page. All right, G. Scott coming up in 20. Tomorrow's his 50th birthday. What does he have in store for us? God knows. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
After a much-needed day off following a 5-game skid, it's back home and back at it for the Mariners.
Just what the Mariners were looking for.
Tonight, it's Emerson Hancock on the mound in the first of 4 against the Astros at T-Mobile.
12 in a row set down by Emerson Hancock.
First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame.
It's particularly delightful to see the Astros suffering like that.
Double play. Nicely turned by the Mariners.
Listen live anywhere for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
If
you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact. If you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Rev up your life at America's Car Museum. Perfect for all ages. It's more than a museum. It's an experience. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see the real machines in the birth of the American supercar. Curated by Steve Saleen. Featuring legendary Shelby Cobras and GT40s. Enjoy cruise-ins, drive-ins under the stars, and next-generation race simulators. Grab the family, invite friends, and accelerate the heart rate of fun and learning. Plan your visit today at americascarmuseum.org.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Mariners and Astros tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer. It's Swedish, called CyberKnife. I want to bring in Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, with the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest. Dr. Meyer, what makes Swedish CyberKnife so effective?
The CyberKnife allows us to target prostate cancer with better than a millimeter of accuracy. It adjusts for patient motion on the fly in real time, and it avoids giving radiation to other surrounding vital organs. Plus, the treatment can be done in just 5 quick sessions.
I understand it's the most technologically advanced treatment available.
Correct. Plus, the CyberKnife is more affordable, it's less invasive, and has minimal side effects compared to other treatments. Our research shows that after 10 years, more than 90% of patients are free from cancer progression.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or just give them a call, 206-320-7187.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's a bummer that the news didn't come out, I don't know, a half hour ago, so Brock could have talked about it. But I'll mention it at least, and obviously we can spend more time with it with Brock on Monday. But Macy Heward, Brock's middle daughter, has committed to the University of Washington. She's transferring from Oklahoma State. And yesterday, last night, and then finally announced this morning, Macy did indeed commit to the Huskies. Pretty cool. So if you don't know, Brock's wife, Molly, also played for the Huskies. She was a basketball player for UW, making this a mother-daughter legacy. How cool is that? She posted it on her Twitter. It says the legacy continues. There's a couple shots of her and then one of Macy with Brock and Molly. Brock's wearing what appears to be a Husky quarterback jersey, but like his T-shirt, it doesn't fit right.
His full T-shirt sleeves hanging out under the jersey sleeve.
It just doesn't fit.
It's a really adorable family picture, though.
It is, except Brock's shirt doesn't fit. Molly looks great. She's wearing her, an old Husky basketball jersey. Macy, of course, is wearing a full uniform, but Brock, it just doesn't fit right. Not all that impressed with Brock. Super impressed with Macy. She's the best. Congratulations to her, and how cool is that? And just psyched that she'll be back in town and we'll get an opportunity to watch her play some hoops here in Seattle.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, so Mariners get back to it tonight. It'll be Emerson Hancock, who's been really good. Lyle, what did we say, 5 starts? Before you start to really take notice of what it is and believe in what Emerson Hancock is doing. We're at 2. We've got 3 more to go. Tonight will be that number 3 start for him, and comes against an Astros team that can hit. Right, Jordan is back, and he's hitting again. Their problem is much more on the pitching side of it, which is good because the Mariners could use some challenge, so use a little help in getting their bats going. That has been such a challenge this year. Brian Kenny talked about it yesterday on the station.
There's a chance most everybody will be good. I think the Angels will recede a bit. Not a big believer in what they have, just their general horsepower. The A's are a very dynamic young group, but they do not have superior pitching, and especially over the long haul. So I think Houston has some quality. Yordan Alvarez is back and hitting. Texas is dangerous. But again, the team that I expected to rise above 89 wins and actually win a division and maybe grab a top 2 seed is Seattle. That's the team that I expect to do it. And I think once you start going around the rotation again and again, you start to see who rises to the top.
I do like that point because that is the way baseball works. It's not just what you do over a couple of games until you get to the postseason. It's why they call it a rotation. It's coming around over and over and over and over again. And that is where you like the Mariners, with the depth of their rotation. And ultimately, I do think, I know it doesn't feel that way today, but the completeness and the depth of the lineup should eventually help. You got to get your big guns going. You've got to get Cal going. You've got to get Julio going. You've got to get Naylor going. And I would expect all 3 of those guys in the lineup tonight.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
So all sorts of Kraken news yesterday. Tod Leiweke did speak with the media and explained why they moved on from their long-term relationship that they'd been in with the Hall of Famer Ron Francis.
When we went away on the break, we were sitting in a playoff spot, and now we're faced with not making the playoffs through the 3rd year in a row. And it's not acceptable, and we're committed to fixing it. And we're committed to improving every single aspect of the organization. And Jason's going to address you at the season end. He's going to talk about plans and things we're working on, but I want to give you a little bit of insight as to what some of those things are. We are going to conduct a full independent audit of hockey operations. Jason will lead it, but we're going to bring fresh eyes and just look and make sure that there's no stone unturned. We're going to develop a multifaceted, multi-year plan to strengthen our roster while also building out other capacities.
Yeah, they do need to do all of that, fine. But at the end of the day, to me, this is just about finding great players and helping them be better. Jeff Marek joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and was pretty clear that that's where the challenge has been.
You look at Shane Wright's development. I mean, how many different coaches has Shane Wright had now with this organization? He's been there for all of them. And then you add, the coaches and the coaching staff in the American Hockey League as well. It's never a great idea for your young players. And again, like when this team actualizes as a consistent playoff team, it's going to be these kids that are there. It's going to be Matty Beniers. It's going to be Berkeley Catton, Jake O'Brien when he gets there, and Shane Wright, these types of players. I always think that when you have a team that is that young, what they need is consistency.
Well, they've had anything but consistency, and it's hard to know whether or not they're going to try it now. Say this, though. Berkeley Catton, pretty good night last night. Scored a gift goal to help them tie things up, and then he won it in the shootout.
Berkeley Catton, the first shootout opportunity of his young National Hockey League career. Here comes the kid. What a goal! The little cat gets it done, and the Kraken are up by 1.
Yeah, they ended up winning a few minutes later as Joey Decord made the save. The Little Cat is a great little nickname for Berkeley Catton since they already have the Big Cat. That's pretty good. I like that. Avery's a big fan. She's got a Berkeley Catton jersey now. She traded in her Riker Evans for a Berkeley Catton. Who knew? That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right. I'm looking outside. G. Scott is going to join us in the last day of him being 49 years old. Tomorrow, the man turns 50. We'll see what's on his mind next on Brock and Salk.
After reaching the NFL's mountaintop,
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
the work continues for the Seahawks to keep the foundation strong. It's the 2026 NFL Draft, Thursday, April 23rd. Only Seattle Sports begins its first-round draft coverage with a reigning NFL Executive of the Year.
You know who are the real Seahawks?
The John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. with Brock Hewitt, Michael Bumpus, Steve Wyman, and host Bob Stelton live until 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You ready to celebrate Mom? About a month away from Mother's Day weekend, and you could win one of 100 designer handbags, all filled with prizes on Saturday, May 9th, Sunday, May 10th, all at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Don't forget, book a stay at the new hotel. It is beautiful. Mom will love it. Have her check out the spa. You can elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for more and to book. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest. Come with no charge.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Upgrade your comfort and cut energy costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors, plus $1,000 off whole home projects. Enjoy 18 months, no payments, no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 15th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Contractors, equipment buyers, operators, this is the big one you've been waiting for. The huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, and Vehicles online auction. Presented by the Murphy Auction Company. Bidding is underway now and starts closing at 10 a.m. Thursday, April 16th. On the auction block, 11 excavators, including a 2018 Bobcat E85, 3 wheel loaders featuring a 2018 Cat 966M. There's 6 telehandlers and reach mowers from John Deere and New Holland, and lots more, like 2 Vector trucks, 2 Mack CV713 transfer trucks, 11 dump trucks, and 2 2015 Peterbilt 567 roll-off trucks. And then there's over 300 titled items, including pickup trucks, vans, and SUVs. Preview all items at our location in Marysville, April 14th and 15th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Get online and start bidding now at murphyauction.com. murphyauction.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through Sunday, May 3rd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Mark your calendars. April 25th is Snohomish PUD's Energy Block Party, and you're invited. Bring the whole family for a day packed with hands-on fun. Check out the Truck Stravaganza, where kids can get up close to big PUD rigs and first responder vehicles. It's free, it's fun, and it's all happening on April 25th at PUD headquarters in Everett. Visit snowpud.com/Energy Block Party.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, good morning, G. Scott. Happy early birthday. You turn 50 tomorrow.
The big 50, baby.
How are you feeling on the eve of your 50th birthday?
Appreciative. I've been thinking a lot about getting ready to turn 50 over the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the takeaway is, number one, like, hopefully you can do it again, right? Like, that's the goal, to try to do.
That you're
50.
Halfway there.
Yeah. Hopefully you can do 50 again. That's number one. But number two, making it to 50 isn't like
it's not nothing.
It's not nothing. Like, you got to be appreciative of making it to 50. But more importantly, I would say this, man. I've been saying I know less today as I get ready to turn 50 than I did when I turned 30.
Mm-hmm.
When I turned 30, I knew everything. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I think now, today, I just want to remain more curious and just more grateful and just appreciate the next 50.
Where were you 10 years ago? Where were you at 40?
I was here doing a show with JC.
Oh, yeah?
Wasn't I? Yeah, I was doing a show with the professor.
Wow.
John Clayton during that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 40. So
how much do you think how much has changed in the last 10 years for you?
I think the biggest difference is when I was 40, I was trying to hustle so hard because I knew that this radio stuff was going to be done in a minute. It was going to phase out, right? Like, there's no way I was supposed to get into this industry anyways. And then at some point, it's like, have you guys ever been into a party or been into a place that you're not supposed to be there?
I think that's going to happen to me on Sunday.
Yeah.
I may be in a place on Sunday where I'm not really supposed to be there. I'm like literally preparing for that to be the case this weekend.
Yeah. Well, that's how this industry was for me. So at 40, I was just like, look, man, somebody's going to figure me out soon. They're going to be like, all right, hey, it was fun. It was a great story while it lasted. You got to go. And I think the difference today is like, I've been doing this for 12 years now, so I think I'm good.
Yeah, it feels like you've made it. Congratulations. You're 50.
No matter what happens, if I didn't make it tomorrow,
right.
I would just, I would just go and do something else.
I'm going to tell you what banks told me, cause go ahead, switch this
I'll play this for you. Since you're 50.
You guys cheated me, man. I was wanting to get some love, and then I get in my text messages and all that, and all kinds of stuff is going on. Anyways, so you guys want to know what I would do for my birthday? If you guys can help me out, maybe I could do a GoFundMe or something like that. You can put a G. Scott heads to Sedona.
Yeah.
And so if I head to a Sedona, they got some bungalows there. You feel me?
Is there a nice hotel there?
Man, you get some bungalows, baby.
I hear it's very private.
It's
very, very private. Hey, all right, I got one more 50 question for you, and then I do want to ask you about the sort of TMZ news of the week, and then I got some other real stuff for you as well.
I got a PSA for famous folks like you and Brock.
Well, thank you. I would like that.
Yeah.
Can I tell people where I'm going on Sunday? Is that allowed?
You can't tell them where.
No, I know, but what? Just in general, what I'm doing.
Sure.
Okay, so I was invited to G's birthday on Sunday. Which I'm looking forward to. It was very nice. Yeah. I was invited to G's birthday. I won't tell anybody where it is. Yeah. And I'm not allowed to even say fully what the dress code is. But it says, G, tell me what the dress code is. Can you say it cleanly here for the people?
Put that stuff on.
Put that stuff on.
Yeah, put that stuff on.
That's what the dress code is.
It literally says that on the invitation.
It literally says, turning the page, help us celebrate the beginning of G's 50th chapter.
Right.
Just, isn't it your 51st chapter?
Yeah, you know what? Technically, it would be my 51st.
It's your 51st chapter.
Because I just
You just finished your 50th year.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I think we all know what you mean. I'm just giving you some grief. Anyway, It says attire, put that bleep on per G.
Yeah, put that.
Okay. So, I don't have that. Mm-hmm. I don't have that stuff to put on. So I have two questions. One, what should I do? What should I wear if I don't have the appropriate attire for your birthday party?
So when in doubt.
Because it's Sunday afternoon. It's not a night thing.
No, because he's turning 50. Hey, because I don't care what none of y'all say. Even though I agree, turning 50 is the new 40 and however you want to do it, no matter how you slice it, when it turns 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock p.m. is the new 11 p.m. at this age.
Yeah.
You're cooked. So here's a PSA for you and everybody else. If you're not sure what to wear at some type of thing, you're like, I don't know what to wear, always bet on black, passenger 57.
Okay.
Bet on black. Collared shirt, black pants, boom. You cannot lose with all black.
What about the sweatshirt you gave him for Luda? Would that work?
No.
Okay.
That's not enough.
No,
that's not enough.
No, you need to
black suit.
Come appropriate.
All right. Well, I'll check that out.
And there will be security there.
There will be security. Is it going to be that guy that I met? That's your friend?
Yes.
That guy's huge.
Yeah.
That guy's enormous.
And so your name is literally on the list.
Okay.
And you will not.
So I don't have to wait in line. This will be my first time going to a club and not having to wait in line. That sounds pretty exciting.
You know what you're gonna wear?
No, but I'm going to look into it. By the way, if I can't find what I want, I'm just not going to come. Like, if I can't dress right, I'm going to just eventually be like, I can't make it. I'm just not going to come out of embarrassment.
Okay. You would seriously have no problem coming back on the air with me and admitting to everybody, I
just didn't have what to wear.
Because I didn't have what to wear.
I think I would, yeah. But here's my bigger question. And I might need text help for this. This is a question for you, but really, this is a question for the text machine, 866-979-3776.
Oh, boy. Okay.
G has invited me to his birthday party, which is incredibly nice and generous, and I am looking forward to it if I can find the right thing to wear.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm sure there are going to be some people there that don't like me, so that will be interesting as well.
Yes, there will be.
One in particular that I'm should make for a very interesting.
Yes, there will be.
Yes. All right. What do I get G for his birthday? It doesn't say no gifts on here. So what is the appropriate thing to get for G. Scott for his birthday? How much money do I spend on this? And what is an appropriate gift for G. Scott as he turns 50? I was thinking about this and talking to some other people about it yesterday and trying to come up with the right answer. What do I get G?
Okay. I could throw something.
I'm supposed to go with Cecily to a 13-year-old birthday party tonight. That says no gifts. That's easy. Yeah. It says right on the invitation, no gifts. Hey, this one doesn't say that. Yeah, so gifts seem to be encouraged.
I ain't gonna lie.
You want gifts?
Your dog didn't. I didn't put that on there for a reason. Some people are like, oh no. Here, no gifts.
No
Hell
gifts.
no.
You want gifts?
Yeah, I want to. How about this? I want you to.
Is there a gift table?
You know what? Here's a gift. I want you to stand up. There's going to be a time in the party where there's going to be speakers happening.
Oh, geez.
I want you to stand up and you talk and you say, hey, Mike Salk, tell the story how you sat down with me and offered me that salary.
No, I'm not doing that. No. I'm not doing any of that.
Tell everybody how you offered me that salary.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, wait a minute. And then, look, they did me cold. Mike Salk offered me a salary. I said, yep, I'll take it. And he's like, ooh, this is a sucker. this is a sucker. He took low-hanging fruit right there.
I love that you think I had anything to do with choosing what your salary would be at that stage.
Oh, you didn't?
No. Oh. I didn't have anything to do with that. You can talk to the Silver Fox. He chose all that stuff.
Okay, well then if they didn't, why didn't you say to me then, hey, don't take this offer. Here's what you need to do. You need to counter.
I was in management.
So who was you loyal to, me or management?
I don't know. You think I remember back that far? I don't remember any of that. I'm sure you do.
I remember exactly what you said.
It was obviously a much more profound part of your life and then a memorable part of mine.
It was my first job.
All right, so I owe you what, like $5,000 now or something? What? I mean, like, what's the deal?
Wait, what did Mara say?
We really can't know the theme of dress for this? I'm so curious.
Oh, it's black and gold. Wait,
okay.
Does it at least...
It says, put that bleep on, is all it says.
Okay, you just said you didn't know if you could share what the...
I couldn't share the location.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a black and gold invite.
That doesn't tell me any. Is that I'm supposed to go black and gold?
Black. Always bet on black.
But it doesn't say that anywhere on here. Tell me what to do, and then more importantly, tell me what you want for a gift.
I have a feeling that the crowd would love you if you show up with a black collar shirt with the buttons open so everybody can see your chest hair.
You want to see it? I haven't shaved it in a while either. It's not been trimmed.
Your chest hair.
It is getting gray, too. There's some gray curly chest hair coming out. You want that? You want some full-on Travolta from the 70s? Because I can do that if you need it. I would like some suggestions because it's also got to be small enough, the gift, to bring. So it's almost got to be a gift card. Like, I'm not carrying around like some giant box with me to your party. Yeah, and you don't want to carry that home anyway.
You know what? The Metropolitan Grill is always good.
Okay, you like Met Grill?
Yeah, good.
All right.
Gift card. Right
all right.
There. Butcher's Table.
Get you enough for like one appetizer or something.
Restaurants. You get old. You just like restaurants. Hey, and then you get to the restaurant. Hey, if you guys ever go to a restaurant and then people says, "Oh, so what are we doing after?" After? What's the next play? What? We're going home.
Yeah,
that's what you doing. 50. So I don't see the text line. What's some suggestions?
Nice steakhouse gift card and a meaningful message. Gold membership to AARP.
Oh, come on.
That's not nice.
Come on.
Gift card for high-end cologne maker.
Yes. See, first of all,
some of these I can't read.
I love the text line.
Yeah.
See, some of y'all know your dog.
Right.
You know the fact, like, look, G likes some high-end cologne.
Black shirt, black pants, gold jacket. I don't have any of those things. I certainly don't have a gold jacket.
I'm going to tell you right now, Mike Salk, you show up in a gold jacket.
If you had a gold jacket that I could wear, I would wear black pants, black shirt, gold jacket, but I don't have that.
I would not let you
Can I just wear a little Travis Matthew button, polo?
Yes, you can wear polo.
That's not putting that bleep on at all. It's quite the opposite of that.
You got to put that stuff on.
Anyway, that is where I'm at. If you guys have
gift card to
Salk, you should wear a number 25 jersey to the party. Should I do that? That would be pretty hilarious, actually. I'm not above that. If I had a number 25 jersey, which obviously I don't, but I'm sure I could find one somewhere. Yeah. If I had a 25 Seahawks jersey,
I think TJ has one, Salk.
That would be pretty funny. What would the reaction be if I wore a 25 jersey? Gee, well, how would that go over?
It'd be a topic. it would, let's just say that.
Could I hide behind corn afterwards if I needed to?
You might have to.
I think I might have to.
You might have to.
All right. I'm already getting nervous about going to this stupid thing.
Okay.
All right. G,
Yes.
what happened in this situation with Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel? We spent some time talking about it this week. We don't usually talk about these sort of page 6 type of things, but I don't know. This one seemed to just cross over and become like actual real news.
Yeah.
What'd you make of it?
First of all, that I made of it is, in my opinion, it's true. That's number one. Number two, let's pull back the curtains a little bit, just on, and I want to tell you listeners, I'm not the normal media. By the way, you told me before that you're not supposed to, like sports reporters and journalists, they're not supposed to wear like jerseys and stuff like that
In the press box.
In the press box, and you're like, because there's just certain ways that you're supposed to be. Everybody remember that talk. Like, that's one thing about this media space. Everybody like, oh, you need to do it this way and do it this way. And then you come to find out, like, oh, folks, is that how you got the inside scoop? But anyways, what I want to show people is this. In this media space.
You're using that to criticize me? Like, I'm sorry, buddy. Like, she's the one doing something wrong, not the person who's refusing to wear their jersey to the press box.
I'm not criticizing you.
But you can't take both sides of that.
No.
Okay.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm criticizing the hypocrisy that's centered around sports media. That's what I'm the hypocrisy of it. Now, hear me out for a sec. In this sports media space, there are a lot of stories that are known that a lot of times people don't come out with them. They don't tell those stories. So there's a lot of stories that get circled around. Oh, I know that story. I know that story.
Yep.
But you're not going to come out there because you want to keep your job and you want to continue going.
Yeah, it's not your business.
Now, this is what shocked me about this is when the pictures of Vrabel and Diana Rossini came out, I was really shocked that they responded. That was the worst thing that they could have done.
Yeah.
That the best thing they could have done was just said nothing. If they would have said nothing, maybe. But the fact that they responded, and when they responded, page 6 says, oh, by the way, here's another picture.
Yeah. And another one. And another one. Right. Yeah. Don't mess with the tabloids.
Don't do that.
You can't argue with the tabloids. They have more resources than you. They will beat you. They'll beat you every time.
They'll beat you every time.
Don't pick a fight with them.
So sometimes it's okay just to take your L.
Yeah, but this is a pretty significant L, and it's getting worse and worse.
It is. Now, I will also want to say this other thing, and by the way, so these stories that I'm telling you about, sometimes NFL teams know stories before they put them, or before you might find out about it. You might not ever find out about a story.
Because NFL teams have, like, investigative units and security and people that work for them.
NFL teams have the best when it comes to finding out what's happening, what's going on. Now, here's my point. This thing is either someone that could be that hired a private investigator because this wasn't an iPhone that was used. This was a real deal camera that was used. So who hired the PI? That's number one. Could it be Vrabel's camp? Was it Diana Rossini's camp? And when I say camp, I mean spouses.
Yeah.
Right? Was it an NFL team that did this? Was it someone in sports media that did this? So it could be a lot of different people that did this.
Is the Post trying to get the Times?
Right.
Although I did read today, Front Office Sports had a piece saying that essentially this was shopped around. So it doesn't sound like it was a page 6 thing. Now, again, maybe page 6 is covering their tail, but it sounds like whoever shot this shopped it around first.
Right.
So I don't think this is just the Post trying to screw the Times.
But here's the thing. Whoever got that shot, they were tipped off.
Sure.
And but here's a PSA for famous folks like you and Brock. And maybe if you're listening right now and you're famous, let me tell you, a lot of sources, a lot of this stories that get leaked, a lot of times come from hotels. Hotels get I mean, I'm telling you guys, you think about somebody. If I'm working at a hotel and I'm making $21 an hour or something like that, and something happens and I'm like, oh, man, hey, TMZ, give me $15,000 and let me tell you a story. Boom, 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 bam. I get me a $15,000. You never know who it was that leaked it. And 99% of the time, nobody ever looks at the hotel staff. So then that happens. Here's one for you. Here's an example. Let's take Puka Nacua, right? Puka Nacua is Puka Nacua, this stuff that don't you guys think it's odd that the stories came out about Puka all at one time? Think about it. Say to yourself, when did Puka stories finally come out? When it starts talking about who to pay. So all these wide receivers, who's going to get paid next? Is JSN going to get paid? And oh, my goodness, JSN gets paid. Okay, well, if JSN gets paid, then you must assume that Puka's going to get paid. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, bam, there's a story. So who leaked that story? I don't know, but don't you just think there's a coincidence of timing? Because the Puka stuff, there's been stuff being talked about. I've been telling you guys behind the scenes with Puka for a long time.
When things get public versus when they are able to remain private is clearly an undiscussed, underreported, underdiscussed story in the NFL. The other one that I was thinking about with the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel deal is, so I think she's going to have a really hard time ever working again. I think it's going to be really hard for anyone to take her seriously.
And I hate that. By the way, I hate that because it should be a hard time for Vrabel,
well, that's
too.
That's the point I was about to make is because let me start. I think it's going to be really hard for anyone to take her seriously. Because in addition to this story, all of the other rumors that have come out now over the last week, it's just it looks anyway from here like a real pattern. And I think it's going to make it very, very hard for her to continue to have credibility and do her job. And the comment you keep hearing is, she's sleeping her way to information or that type of stuff. I don't know that that's what's happening, but that's certainly the commentary on it. Isn't there any issue with the person who's willing to give information in order for whatever favor they're getting back for it? Like the Vrabel side of this? If she's getting information from Vrabel in exchange for whatever, isn't that a problem for him too? Like, oh, yeah, this is what to me, that almost feels like, I don't know. It feels dirty. That's for darn sure.
Well, to your point, there should be. However, the problem is let's go back to the fight that there has been for women in sports in the first place. They have consistently and constantly have had to fight the entire time. And the fact that they have fought this much, and then for Diana Rossini to allege to be in this situation, that doesn't just set Diana back.
No, it sets everybody back.
This sets everyone back.
But why doesn't you and I are in complete agreement on this, but why does Vrabel and anyone else who's in the same spot as him, why do they get a pass? Not just for cheating on his wife. Obviously, that's a completely, that's their family issue. But why does he get a pass for potentially leaking information in exchange for favors? That doesn't work either. Like, why is that okay? That's isn't that also part of the problem? I'm not saying you're not saying it is, but to the world, we're so focused on her and her element of it. What about his? You want your head coach who's willing to give out state secrets as soon as, there's some opportunity like that on the table for him? That doesn't work either. Well, that's dirty.
Well, we had to have a Me Too movement for a reason. And even with that Me Too movement, we are still, not just in sports, just in society, we are still in a situation where we men get a pass for doing this type of awful behavior.
Right.
You can apply that to anybody that that's famous or anything that gets a pass for being misogynistic, that gets a pass for whether you have paid off somebody to keep that affair or that fling hidden. I don't know. I don't know why that, but I hope that we continue to get better about that and be able to call that out. And so also, I just want to give a shout out to our women here in sports. Mara, I want to give a shout out to her. Stacy, Joe, I want to give a shout out to them because they are excellence in what they do in sports. And so, women like that need to be consistently talked about because when you have a Diana situation alleged, when you have those situations, you have so many people right now. I mean, think about it. You have wives on social media now of coaches and front office and saying stories and telling stories and what ifs and all that. You got wives probably looking at their significant others saying, wait a minute, you know that lady right there? Are you doing something? This situation has really, I'm not just even going to say women. This situation set back sports media in general because now you have people that are waking up and saying, is it really fair how some people get information? Is it really fair how Adam Schefter gets information? Is it really fair how Ian Rappaport gets information? Like, think about it for a second. How do those people automatically, the Adam Schefters of the world, get the information? There are times where there's information that people have, and people still somehow want to make sure that the Adam Schefter breaks it. Why? Because that's just the game. And so there's so much games and garbage that happens sometimes in this industry.
You're saying that's the game. What are you saying is what do people get out of giving it to Adam Schefter, for example?
Favors. There's favors.
Well, and he skews things like we saw with that Washington report. Like he skewed it for the owner, or he skews it for the agent.
True sort of across media in general.
Okay, watch this.
Why else would they give someone a story other than to get favorable treatment?
I got 20 seconds. Here we go. I'm an agent. I have Mara as a client.
Yeah.
I also have Lyle as a client. Mara is my big time client.
Yeah.
Lyle is kind of, doing his thing,
that
right?
Sounds like reality.
So what's going to happen is this. Hey, as an agent, hey, Adam Schefter, hey man, my agent, my big time client, listen, I need you to, I'm gonna go ahead and break the story. They're getting ready to get the contract and all that kind of stuff. You can break the news. But hey, I'll let you break the news, but you got to talk about at some point how great Lyle has been and how you have noticed and what coaches are saying about Lyle. Boom.
Yeah, I don't think that's a surprise, though, is it?
But it's
well, how else is news going to get out?
But it's garbage,
But
though.
how else is news going to get out?
But to me, the integrity of it all is garbage.
I mean, but how else is news going to get out? How else would anybody find anything out other than to have enough juice to be able to help someone?
But are you okay with that format? Are you okay with somebody coming out saying, hey, yeah, man, I was talking to a GM the other day, man, the GMs, they really love Lyle. You love that game?
I don't necessarily love it, but I think it's the way the game has been played in various ways since forever.
Okay, then there you go. And that's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah, all right. Good stuff. Happy birthday, buddy. I will see you on Sunday, I think. Assuming I can find the right thing to wear, I will see you on Sunday. Gift in hand.
You guys need to take a picture for us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Go to Lyle.
I don't know if Corn's going to let me close enough to G. He might not let me in there. Corn's he's a tough dude. I'm going to be very careful where I step.
You got a big old deep voice.
He
Cornelius.
does. That dude is huge. Seems like a really nice dude, too.
Nice guy.
G, happy birthday. Thank you. This is a blast. We'll come right back with Stacy Joe, the aforementioned Stacy Rost, next on Brock and Salk.
After a much-needed day off following a 5-game skid, it's back home and back at it for the Mariners.
Just what the Mariners are looking for.
Tonight, it's Emerson Hancock on the mound in the first of 4 against the Astros at T-Mobile.
12 in a row set down by Emerson Hancock.
First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame.
It's particularly delightful to see the Astros suffering like that.
Double play. Nicely turned by the Mariners.
Listen live anywhere for free on the Seattle Sports app.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Ron Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. And my good friend, Chef John Howie, is behind every plate.
Hey, thanks, Brock. You know, springtime is the best time for fresh, wild Pacific Northwest salmon. At Sea Star, we go from Columbia River King, my personal favorite, to the Copper River King in May.
So whether it is a date night, whether it's a business dinner, or you're craving the very best wild salmon, go visit John Howie at Sea Star in Bellevue. Visit Sea Star in Bellevue.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through Sunday, May 3rd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder. Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Contractors, equipment buyers, operators, this is the big one you've been waiting for. The huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, and Vehicles online auction. Presented by the Murphy Auction Company. Bidding is underway now and starts closing at 10 a.m. Thursday, April 16th. On the auction block, 11 excavators, including a 2018 Bobcat E85, 3 wheel loaders featuring a 2018 Cat 966M. There's 6 telehandlers and reach mowers from John Deere and New Holland, and lots more, like 2 Vector trucks, 2 Mack CV713 transfer trucks, 11 dump trucks, and 2 2015 Peterbilt 567 roll-off trucks. And then there's over 300 titled items, including pickup trucks, vans, and SUVs. Preview all items at our location in Marysville, April 14th and 15th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Get online and start bidding now at murphyauction.com. murphyauction.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you from the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our week here in the Brock and Salk Show. No Brock today. He'll be back on Monday, though, I promise. We'll take your phone calls at 9:30, as we always do. We'll play some Fella Cootie, and then we'll see what sort of phone calls you guys have. And my guess is everyone's going to be pretty excited about the Mariners and where they're at. And that doesn't
And why wouldn't you be?
And why wouldn't you be, Stacy? Thank
Why
you.
wouldn't you be?
That is the voice of Stacy Rost, who
When you have a
follows
chance
us.
to make your record the date,
Yeah.
you got to take it.
The date. Wow. So if they no, wait.
They're 4-9 yesterday.
They're 4-9 yesterday. Okay, so yesterday their record was the date.
Yeah.
They can't do it again tomorrow.
And that's a good thing.
Right, you don't want to lose.
Yeah.
Right. Then you'd be 4-10, but on 4. It's just gross. Oh, no. Yeah. So anyway, well, hi Stacy. How are you?
Good.
What is going on? So I've been trying to figure out the whole Mariner thing.
Yeah.
The what makes a lot of sense. I think we all know the what. Right. We all know the what. We know they're not hitting. We know that they're not doing the little things.
Mm-hmm.
We know they're not executing. The what, like, there's good numbers to back it up. You can look at fastballs that they're missing. You can look at whiffs inside the strike zone, which Luke Arkins had yesterday, which surprised me.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things that explain the what.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea what the why is?
No, I spent the annoying thing about saying an opinion on air and attaching yourself to it is when you realize over time that's not the only reason, and then you're like, now I got to distance myself from this opinion. But I think for a while I thought, oh, well, 3 notable hitters, barring Randy Rosarena, who's had a good start, 3 notable hitters were all in WBC. And the worst of those 3, Cal, was in a WBC where he's also splitting time. This guy's going days without getting like actual time in a real game facing pitching, and who knows how much time he's actually getting to, like, they're not giving him 4 hours a day to get in a cage and then talk with a specialized coach and then tweak little things.
Agreed.
So I just thought, oh, it's the WBC. Surely it will right itself. And you've seen some improvements, like his at bat against DeGrom was phenomenal, and I thought, okay, this is really encouraging. He drew a walk in another game against the Rangers, or maybe that same one. I would know. But I thought, okay, I feel like there's some improvement here. I guess grounding out or popping up is better than a strikeout, I guess, right? Like I'm reaching. But I think that while the WBC is absolutely a factor, they just don't look right. And I can't explain why that is. And my guess is it's not the same reason for every single dude.
Well, that's a good point. Like, there is no reason to attach just one thing behind all of this. It can be a bunch of little things all adding up. I have been reluctant to use the WBC thing because it feels kind of excusey to me.
I totally
to
get
say
it.
WBC. But as we sit here now, 2 weeks in, I'm running out of reasons not to use it as part of, not the whole thing, but part of what's going on. I keep coming back to the weight of expectations because Brock and I have had too many conversations about expectation level and the challenges across sports, not just for the Mariners, but across sports, how hard it is to play with a lead, to play with a division lead, to deal with the expectation that you're supposed to be very good.
Yeah.
And they spent a lot of time using the words World Series down at spring training. And now here we are, and those words have disappeared for a little while because it's like, wait a minute, just get yourself back on track.
I was pushing back, ironically, against a former athlete in that debate. Bump and I were talking about it a couple days ago. He was saying, like, look, this is probably a factor for some guys.
Okay.
The weight of expectations to start the season. And I was like, oh, Bump, come on. Like, are they really, at the time where they were in the Angels series, I was like, okay, are they really under more pressure in this series against the Angels in April or in Game 7 of the ALCS?
Right.
Right? Like, most of
It's a
this
different
same
kind of
group.
pressure.
Exactly. He was like, well, that pressure is, you're in the moment. You've also been playing a season. You've been in high pressure moments. I know it's the most pressure you've ever been under because it's the furthest you've ever been as an organization, but it's different. And he was like, expectations are a little bit different. I was like, dang it, it's a good take. What am I going to do?
Expectations are different from pressure.
Yes.
They absolutely are, because you feel like you're supposed to be doing something.
Yeah.
Last year, there was an element of playing with house money, especially after the season had not gone all that well for half of it. And then finally, they kind of got it all going and they got on a roll. This was from Ryan Rowland-Smith yesterday. Was this with, who was this? Was this with Wyman and Bob? This was Ryan Rowland-Smith talking about.
Was this with us?
Was this with you?
How dare you?
I don't know who it was with.
One of us. I heard it on my way home from work, so it was with you guys.
Oh, well, he's on with both of us.
Some show comes on after. I don't know who it was.
I'm not going to lie. There's times I'm like, hey, man, there feels like there's no energy with this team. However, when you get robbed of 3 home runs like the other night, dude, you're deflated in that dugout, man. When you have a situation, Emerson Hancock had to go back out in that 7th inning. I'm sitting there going, man, I'm feeling for him right now because this is back in the Angels series. 2 runners on with none out. Luke Raley can't get a bunt down, and you got the middle of your order coming up, and you can't get a run across. I'm telling you, that is so. I don't care what game of the year it is. That is so deflating, and it can just suck the life straight out of that dugout. So sometimes you do have to manufacture some of that energy because it is low. I'm not going to lie. It feels like I'm not in there too, by the way, so I can't speak for that. But from my point of view, I'm watching going, man, someone needs to get some sort of energy cranking with this team because it does look pretty flat.
All right, so it's sort of a 2-part thing. That must have been a great interview, by the way.
It was I love having Ryan on.
You must have asked some really good questions to get that out of him.
I did.
Wow. Nice job, Stacy. You're a pro.
Oh.
That's why the Bump and Stacy show is as great as it is.
Oh, wow. Way to make that up.
Hey, anytime. The Rowland-Smith point there, though, is a good one.
It is.
They do look flat.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone looks flat when they're not hitting, so that has to be stated. But how much of that is like needing to
artificially,
like trying to get back to the beginning, because where they ended last year, you don't just get to start on third base next year.
So I remember you and I might have had a conversation about this during one Friday, but one of the things that I said I was really excited for to start the season, and it might be a big factor, was having Josh Naylor for a full season.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that I felt that a reason that I felt that is he has an intensity and a competitiveness that I really, really like. And you could see that at the end of the season last year, obviously the only 3 months he was here, when he'd be talking to other guys about what he was seeing from a certain pitcher or whatever. And I think Ryan approached this in a nuanced way, which was the right approach, which was to say, look, that's not always going to happen. It's not going to happen in April, right? Josh was here for the final 3 months of the season.
Right.
And it's really tough to have that happen when you've got a guy who just robbed your 3rd home run in a game that you should be winning by 2. So, yeah, it's hard to – you're not going to get a rah-rah guy in baseball anyways. You know this. I think people call for, like, the Any Given Sunday halftime type approach. And it's like Dan's not going to tell these guys, like, you got to find a guy to go that inch. Like, it's just you're not going to have that speech. Great speech. But could you have guys that – have a little more intensity and just a little more energy? And it doesn't have to be fake, but it could be staying locked in, even if you kind of feel in the back of your mind that you're going to lose.
It's a funny one because on one hand, you want some positive, fun, loose energy. Victor Robles has a lot of that. He's hurt right now. But on one hand, you want positive, fun, loose energy. On the other hand, you want, hey, stop making dumb, like lack of concentration mistakes.
Stop joking. It's not funny right now.
That is the challenge of trying to ride that middle ground. And that seems to be where the Mariners are at. That being said, win 3 out of 4 this weekend, and everyone's going to forget about all this, and you kind of just be right back on the track that you're supposed to be. So, Stacy, thank you. Who are you talking to? Ryan Rowland-Smith again today? What's on the show?
No, we're going pretty heavy Mariners leaning into the start of this series for the same reasons. Just talking about like why a series on April 10th that starts on April 10th really does matter in terms of energy and vibes, some of the things we're watching for. So lots of Mariners
What do we make of the Humpy plushie here in front of us? Have you seen it yet?
I dig it. Now,
this is the shoulder plushie.
I know that we've kind of buried this and it's long dead, but I stand by they shouldn't have had Humpy win again.
Agreed.
I think they should have retired Humpy or just kind of like it should have been a one-time special thing.
But God, look how great he looks here in the little like stuffy deal.
How cute
I know.
is he?
He's pretty adorable. And he's got like you can actually clip it to your shoulder with a magnet.
But it says Matt Nelson already has dibs.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Matt's already claimed that one. So if you were hoping to bring that home for your dog, Lukey's not going to get an opportunity to destroy that particular stuffed animal.
Cute, though.
Thank you, Stacy. Your show starts here in about 50 minutes, so make sure everybody tunes in. I'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
After reaching the NFL's mountaintop,
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
the work continues for the Seahawks to keep the foundation strong. It's the 2026 NFL Draft, Thursday, April 23rd. Only Seattle Sports begins its first-round draft coverage with a reigning NFL Executive of the Year.
You know who are the real Seahawks?
The John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. with Brock Hughes, Michael Bumpus, Steve Wyman, and host Bob Stelton live until 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Mariners and Astros tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow. maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, baseball returns to T-Mobile Park tonight, and the Mariners need to get themselves in gear. I agree with Stacy. I think it is an important series. If they lose it, no, the season doesn't end. But it is time for this team to play the kind of baseball that we've all expected them to play since the season began. And they've yet to really do that. It has been sloppy. It has not been clean. Obviously, they haven't hit. We've heard conversations about the pitching as well. This was Jesse Rogers yesterday.
There's good news and bad news, okay? You can't get these games back that the Mariners are losing, a lot of them low scoring. But you can't tell me that Josh Naylor is going to have a 277 OPS, right? Or Julio Rodriguez 393. I mean, or Cal 481. These are ridiculously low. So it's bound to turn around. I don't think the division has a team that can run away with it. So everyone's going to be bunched up for a while. The Angels are going to do their thing and then fade as they always do. So plenty of time and understanding that this thing will turn around. I guess it would be much worse if they all had 1,000 OPSs and the team was 4-9, right? So that it can only go up, and usually in baseball, water finds its level. So I think it's just as good as last year. Even if Cal doesn't hit 60, it'll look a little different if he comes down to 30 or 35. Like he's still got to make up for that production somewhere, but the addition of Donovan alone could do that, Young as well. So, yeah, I think it's fine, and it will be fine. It just looks a little wonky right now.
I agree with most of that. And by the way, if water is going to find its level, that means that while it's obviously been well below for a while, there'll be some time, and hopefully it's weeks and months, where it's well above its level, and that is probably coming at some point. The Mariners shouldn't be a team destined to go, 4-9 over and over again throughout the year. But you also got to start doing it. You got to start showing it. You got to start playing the kind of baseball that we all believe they can. They'll do it behind Emerson Hancock tonight. Then you got Luis Castillo tomorrow, Logan Gilbert Sunday, George Kirby gets the ball in the finale on Monday.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Talking about the Kraken and kind of some of the decision-making they've made this week. Tod Leiweke deciding to make a change as Ron Francis is out. Yesterday, he explained that Jason Botterill will be the guy in charge moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think he hears this, and he and Ron had a great relationship, and, he obviously wonders, but we've calmed him down. We have a hell of a lot of work to do here. We want this to be a prolific offseason. I think with change, you can do things differently that you perhaps otherwise wouldn't have done differently. And I think there's things that we can do differently to improve our hand here. And we'll do it with him. But we've also got incredibly smart people in and around this organization. Samantha is an incredible owner, and she's fundamental to how we're going to get this fixed. Jerry Bruckheimer's been with us since day one. And his voice we've heard, but we're going to hear that a little more because we want to get his opinions.
Yeah, maybe removing one big personality allows some of the others to have a little bit more oxygen. But I like the idea of a prolific offseason. Good. They need it. They need a prolific offseason. They need to make changes to the organization to bring in star players that people can connect with and that can win. There's no doubt about that. And obviously the ticking time bomb of having the Sonics back is a big deal for the Kraken. Yesterday, they came back to win. Kudos to them. They were down 3-1. They got kind of a nice lucky goal off a bad bounce. Then McMahon puts one in to tie things up at 3. They survived a crazy back and forth overtime. And it was Berkeley Catton getting it done in the shootout.
Berkeley Catton, the first shootout opportunity of his young National Hockey League career. Here comes the kid. What a goal! The little cat gets it done. And the Kraken are up by 1.
Yeah, just the second shootout win of the year for the Kraken, but kudos to them. He got one of them. Matty Beniers had the other. Unfortunately, you're probably at a time where you don't want to win because you want to increase the best chance you've got to win the lottery in the draft and maybe end up with a great young player like Gavin McKenna. So hopefully some luck will be on their side.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, following the Masters leaderboard, not a tremendous amount of change so far this morning. Rory McIlroy and Sam Burns both continue to lead at 5 under. Neither have teed off yet today. Wyndham Clark's made a bit of a move. He's 4 under. And then after that, it's pretty much business as usual. A lot of pars out there. I've been following Jordan Spieth this morning. He's 1 under through 8. But, yeah, it's just been a lot of pars and not a lot of great action yet this morning. We'll see how things go over the course of the day. DeMarcus Lawrence was there, though. Apparently said it was more fun hanging out at the Masters than being at the Super Bowl because he didn't have to work. Hey, don't get used to not working, pal. We need you.
That makes me worried that he's enjoying what could be retired life. He also said that he grew up like 30 miles from Augusta and had the chance to work the tournament, the Masters during high school.
That's cool.
And then in his NFL days had times where he might have been able to go and it never worked out. So I think that was his first time.
That's pretty cool. He seems like a really good dude, at least from the outside. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Oh, I should point this out more. You sent this over. I thought it was just sort of a cool piece of information. Patrick Doherty from NBC Sports does an annual NFL head coach rankings piece. He had Mike Macdonald 4th. Sean McVay, Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Macdonald.
He still hasn't surpassed those two in Doherty's mind, huh? I mean, McVay and Shanahan.
I'll give you McVay for now.
Yeah, they definitely...
There's some history there.
It feels like things could have gone either way very easily last year. I think he's done pretty well against Shanahan.
I'll give you Andy Reid for now. Shanahan? I'm not buying that one. Sorry. I think Kyle Shanahan's a really smart guy, and if you're doing coordinators and all that, he's right at the top. But overall, as a head coach, no, I'm not there. I think
even with McVay made some mistakes in that last game.
I know, but look, I mean, people make mistakes. I would put Mike Macdonald 3rd with the possibility that by the end of this coming year he ends up as number 1. That's what I would say, that he is trending forward while those other guys are either even or trending down at this stage of his career, and that by the end of next year, I would absolutely hope that Mike is number 1 on this list. All right, we got a half hour left in today's show. Let's open up the phone lines, 866-979-3776. What's on your mind, people? How do we feel about the Mariners start? Anybody got a why? I think we know a lot of the what's, but does anybody have a why as to what is going on with these Mariners? 866-979-3776. When is it going to turn around? What's going to make it turn around? What are you upset about? What is making you feel happy? 866-979-3776. Inside of 2 weeks from the draft, what do you want the Seahawks to do? Obviously, we've talked about defensive ends. We've talked about corners. We've talked about running backs. We talked about trading back. 866-979-3776. Thoughts on the Masters, thoughts on the Kraken making their big move this week. We talked a lot about Ron Francis and how that was the right thing to do. But what happens next? What are they going to do this offseason? How are they going to turn this thing and have a prolific offseason, as we heard there from Tod Leiweke? So those are sort of the big basics, but anywhere you guys want to go, 866-979-3776 is the phone number, 866-979-3776. We'll take your calls next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? just like the Mariners.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Ever think, I'm not good enough to get a golf handicap? Actually, that's one of the best reasons to get one. Michael Bumpus here. A handicap index helps you track your progress and see improvement over time, round after round. It's not just for great golfers. It's for any golfer who wants to get better and know where their game stands. And getting one is easy. Sign up through WA Golf, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, you've got it. See your progress, track your game, get better. Learn more at wagolf.org/710.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the door store. One of our most popular services is our match-up service, where we use your old door as a template to create a new door in your existing frame. Whether you need an interior or exterior door, this is a great way to change out your doors DIY style. And as long as we have what you need in stock, we currently have available space without a long wait for our same-day match-up service. Please visit us in Shoreline, where there's plenty of good parking. Also, check us out online at franklumber.com.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Progressive knows you want to get away, but not like too away. You crave the unknown, but also charcuterie boards with 4 types of cheese. And that's exactly why you bought an RV and bundled it with Progressive, because 24/7 protection is one luxury you'll never have to give up. So go ahead, explore the wilderness, all from the comfort of your zero-gravity camp chair. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to
get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A beautiful sunny day and some fella cootie to finish up our Friday morning. It was nice to hear from the texters earlier today saying that they've kind of gotten into fella cootie thanks to our Fella Fridays. We usually play just a little glimpse, just a little piece of Fella Cootie to put everybody in the right mood at 9:30 on Friday mornings. And I will admit it does that for me. It makes me start thinking about the weekend, which is going to start for me in exactly 23 minutes. Can't wait for that. Okay, you guys are going to help me with those last 23 minutes, as we always do, as we open up the phones. 866-979-3776. Mariners not in a good space. Kraken not in a good space. Seahawks have won the Super Bowl and are getting ready for the draft. That's sort of the three big stories in town today. So what do you guys got? 866-979-3776. James in Tacoma gets us started. Good morning, James.
Hi. Last year in August, the Mariners had a players-only meeting and proceeded to win 17 of the next 18 games. If the Mariners struggle this weekend against Houston, do you think it's too early to have a players-only meeting?
No, not really. If they struggle, but I would use the caveat that you just said, if they struggle against Houston. I don't think I would do it yet. I don't think I would do it yet. But if you lose, like you're saying, like you lose 3 out of 4, get swept by, yeah, at that point, you got to do something. Yeah. You got to do something to stop the bleeding, yes. And I guess the answer to your question, and I love the question, and I'm assuming that because you asked it, you think the answer is yes as well, James. I think part of the answer to that question is what's going on in the clubhouse. What are some of the underlying issues that we would really have no idea about, but the players do? What is the fallout, if any, from the Randy stuff at the end of the Cal stuff at the end of the WBC? Who's working hard? Who's not? Who's playing hard? Who's not? Like all of the things that they would know that we wouldn't. I think all of that needs to kind of be understood before I would fully say yes to something like that. But they would know. I mean, that's up to them, right?
Okay, thanks.
All right, there you go. I thought James might have more to say. There you go. That does open up a line. So if you want to talk about whatever's on your mind, 866-979-3776. Yeah, players only. You're going to have to do something at some point. I mean, you can't let this go forever. But I don't know. I'm not quite at a point yet where I think that would be an element of panicking, and I don't think they should be panicking. I think they've got to pay attention to the details, and I think they got to go out and have fun, and I understand that those two things can feel a little bit at cross purposes, but they're going to have to figure that out. Like that's baseball, is finding that balance. And that's, this is what Dan gets paid for. This is Dan's strength, right? We've talked about this. Dan's strength is probably not going to be the in-game decision-making. His strength is dealing with the clubhouse, dealing with this, getting the guys to play hard, play well. This is what Dan does. So this is a moment where you need him to kind of do his thing. 866-979-3776. Let me go to Sean, who's in Puyallup. Good morning, Sean.
Morning, guys. This was the first time in a long time that I didn't go a whole year with the Seahawks and the Mariners both frustrating me, because the Seahawks won the Super Bowl this year. So I was able to get a little bit of a break from having a headache. But we're right back into it with the Mariners already giving me a headache. And this goes back to last year. This is something that has been bugging me for so long. Can we please stop with the platoons? Can we stop with the substitutions mid-game? That the one game that really frustrated me was when Dan had Victor Robles substitute for someone. He didn't get his gear on in time, then had a strike, and then they went to JP. JP comes up with one strike already. It's just
so those are two different problems, though. You're saying two different things.
Yes.
One is stop with the platoons. The other is about how those platoons are substituted for each other. Do you think both
they're
of
both
the
bugging me?
So the platoons thing, I'm just going to tell you you're wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You're just wrong on that. You're just wrong. Rob Refsnyder is a great hitter against lefties. He hasn't shown it yet this year, and he's not a good hitter against righties. I mean, you just look at the numbers. And the opposite is true for Luke Raley. And the same, like, those guys are not good in their career, and there's enough evidence to show it against the same-handed pitcher. But they're very good against opposite-handed pitchers.
Should Luke Raley be an everyday guy?
No.
I feel like you should be looking to set your lineup up for everyday guys.
But no team has 9 everyday guys. They
Well,
just
yeah,
don't
no,
have it.
I understand that.
That's
You're gonna have
you're railing against modern day baseball, in which most teams have said it's really hard to find 9 everyday guys. So we're going to have 7 of them, and then 2 guys who can play. You know, in if we use them together, they may actually be better than an everyday guy, and we can get the matchups we want. Now that's the first part, and I will argue with you forever. Platoons are a good thing in baseball. How you substitute them? Oof.
I'm more thinking also, like, I would almost just go with the guy who's hot, you know? I don't know. I feel like we sometimes take out guys who are hot out of the lineup for that platoon situation.
They absolutely do, and for good reason.
I guess we could agree to disagree on that. I guess.
I just don't think there's a lot of evidence on this. Like when you look, especially with lefties, there's so many lefties out there that just can't hit lefties.
Yeah, and I can understand that. And I remember last year, like, was it Dom Canzone or Cole Young? I forget which. Maybe it was both of them. They definitely struggled with lefties. But then, like, coming into this year, you're seeing Cole Young. I've seen him. He's hitting lefties.
Yeah,
and
Cole
he's
Young is a young
so
player who is proving right now. We're finding out whether Cole Young. I'm not putting Cole Young in that category. He's a young player.
Yeah.
And we're finding out Luke Raley against right-handers in his career has a 788 OPS, which is a very good player.
Yeah.
Luke Raley in his career against lefties has a 525 OPS. That's almost not major league. It's not major league quality.
Yeah. No, I'm agree. I agree with, like, the fact, obviously.
So even if he's hot, Luke Raley is a AAA player against lefties, but he's a good player against righties. Like, that's why platoons exist.
Even the guy even if he's, like, hot, like last game he hit, you know, hits against lefties, you think you're still taking him out then?
100% of the time. Yes.
Okay.
I think what we find is that those guys are hot because of the situation they're being put in. And when you start to expand that situation, then they're not hot anymore because they're doing something they're not actually good at doing. So, look, determining which guys are platoon worthy and which guys can be everyday players, that's one thing. But just saying, I hate platoons, I can't get behind that. I like platoons. And honestly, if people are blaming Dan for the platoons, I think the person least comfortable with them on the team is Dan. I think that's much more of a Justin and Jerry thing, and that they like the platoons because that's how you maximize some of the playing value. I think Dan is probably the one who's the least comfortable with it. Now, the second thing and I thought it was great. The way that those people are being substituted for each other in the middle innings, I'm with you 100%. I don't like it either. I think you got to wait. And that occasionally, Lyle, you said this the other day, one at bat from Robles or Refsnyder against a righty is preferable to burning that opportunity later. You got to play the long game on that stuff.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And then again, the other day, it led to Refsnyder having to go out in right field in a one-run game because the whole bench was burned.
That's not ideal.
No, it's definitely
it's not ideal. That stuff has to be cleaned up. But as for using platoons, I mean, this has been part of modern baseball for like 20 years.
So I think my take on it is I don't want to see too many of them.
Sure.
I think 1 to maybe 2 is fine. I don't want to see a whole roster of platoons,
Agreed.
right?
But you have 2.
Yeah.
That's about right.
Sure.
That's about the right number of platoons. And if it was 1, I'd be fine with that too. But I'm certainly, based on the way this roster is constructed, I don't want Luke Raley hitting against lefties. I don't want Dom Canzone hitting off and against lefties. I actually don't mind Ref Snyder and Robles hitting more against right-handers, a little bit more natural. But you just have the opportunity to play it that way. And in theory, look, it hasn't worked right now. So if you want to point at the last 2 weeks and say the platoons are the problem, I guess you can. But I think that's taken a very minimalist view, taking a very small sample and trying to make a point that I don't think is real. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me do Chase in Auburn. Good morning, Chase.
Good morning. Firstly, I want to say I'm super excited to hear the new clip in the open of you and Sherm getting into it on Sunday. I think that's going to be great.
No.
It's going to be great radio. It absolutely
it's
is.
not. That's not going to
So
happen.
just buckle on your bootstraps and
How
get ready
dare
for it.
you.
But anyways, I'm calling. Normally I talk about the Mariners or the Seahawks, but Mariners aren't hitting right now. Yawn, snore, seen it before. We're going to be fine. It's early. I'm calling for the Kraken. So this has been on my mind since the Kraken selected their players as part of like their creation draft or expansion draft. We had, if you remember, we had the opportunity to get a more established, better goalie than Grubauer, but who was a bit on the older side, and we chose to go Grubauer. I've always felt this about goaltending sports, hockey, soccer, lacrosse. Your goaltender is your ceiling. If you have great offense but poor goaltending, you are probably still going to end up with a good regular season record, but a good playoff team is going to expose you. And not only that, but if we had gotten an older, more established player, wouldn't he have been a better guide for DeCord as he was heading towards retirement? And I just think that
I don't know. I mean, Grubauer
would have
the one
more
thing I would
ability
say.
to
Let me just jump in here. The one thing I would say here is that, by all accounts, Grubauer is like the world's greatest guy. I'm not around that locker room. I don't really know who's who, but by all accounts, Grubauer is beloved in there, regardless of how he's played.
And I don't hate Grub. I don't think he's terrible. I
You
think
just
he's
wanted
solid.
a more of a. I mean, he was already wasn't he coming off a cup win?
I honestly don't know hockey well enough to tell
He
you
had
that.
won the cup he had won the cup in Colorado. I don't know. There's a lot you can criticize, and obviously Grubauer has been disappointing compared to what they signed him for. I don't think that is necessarily where I would point fingers. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't necessarily think that was the problem. At the end of the day, the expansion draft did not go as well for them as it did for Vegas, as we know, because the teams kind of cleaned it up. Secondly, when they got really high picks in the draft with Beniers and with Wright, those guys have not lived up to being the number 2 and 4 pick in the draft. They've been good, not great. And they haven't developed people well. And then you look at kind of what they've done in free agency. I think that's where the biggest misses have occurred. Chandler Stevenson and Andre Burakovsky and what's his name? Bjorkstrand. Like, you go through a lot of the decisions they made in free agency. I think that's where some of the problems have occurred, rather than trying to find guys that are going to be stars. They went and spent a lot of money on, in my mind, guys who were in the middle. It hasn't worked out very well. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I don't know that I have felt that necessarily about the goaltending, but I don't know. I guess maybe I could do more research on it. I don't feel like that's been the issue. Heck, if you want to do well in the playoffs, yeah, you got to have the goaltending. But as you said, the offense sure helps in the regular season. They've only made the playoffs once, so how about some more offense? At least get to the playoffs, then we'll figure out the goaltending. Then we'll figure out the goaltending. Let me try Greg in Houston. Good morning, Greg.
Hey, guys. So I guess this is kind of piggybacking on the first caller. It seems to be a leadership issue, in my opinion. We had Julio in the WBC say that the WBC means more than the World Series. Mm-hmm. And then we had the whole thing with Randy and Cal. And now I kind of wonder about how J.P. Crawford's feeling about Colt Emerson getting all that money and coming up, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So are you on the same page? You think there's a player leadership issue there and Dan's not handling it well?
I think that's probably going farther than I would be willing to say, but I think you're asking good questions, if that makes sense. I'm not going to sit here and say they've got a problem. I just don't know that. It's, I think, too early to figure to make a statement like that, Greg. But I don't think there's anything wrong with those questions. Could there be a problem? Sure. I mean, I think you just brought up 3 potentially explosive issues. I don't know whether any of them by themselves have truly grown into anything major, but the chemistry last year was, by all accounts, one of the biggest, most important parts of what made this team special. And as we sit here today, you've got 3 challenges that you just mentioned to that chemistry. I think you're asking the right questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, and would we say that Cal, Julio, and JP are the top 3 leaders on the as far as players?
I know that all 3 of them have a form of leadership. Are they the top? I don't know. Again, I'm not in there every day. Sometimes leaders are guys that we don't think, and we find out later. Like we found out later, Robbie Ray was a really important leader for them. I don't know what role Brendan Donovan is already playing, or Josh Nail. I mean, I just don't know enough to answer your question. But again, I think you're asking a lot of very good questions, and it's probably a little too early for them. Again, you're only 2 weeks into the season. If we're still having this conversation in another 2 weeks, yeah, I think those are all very real concerns and things to look at. If things turn around quickly, which they very well can, then we'll probably forget about all of that because it'll all be water under the bridge. 866-979-3776. Let me try Cullen in T-Town. What's up, Cullen? Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, man? So I have some questions about potential NBA expansion. So I know that this Kraken ownership group makes the most sense, and is probably going to be the ones that do it, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm grateful for everything they've done, with the remodel, the things they do with the community. They brought the NHL to Seattle. If they're the group to ultimately bring the NBA back to Seattle, I'll be grateful for that. But when it comes to the product, it makes me nervous. I feel like when it comes to product on the ice for the Kraken, they've been pretty over on a lot of the big decisions, and I don't think they're in a better spot than they were 6 years ago. And when it comes to the product of putting a team on the court, it makes me nervous. Are we sure that they're going to be the best group to put a successful franchise in the city? We've had the polar opposites, right? We've seen what a really awesome ownership group does with the Seahawks. We've seen what really bad ownership does when Nintendo was in town with the Mariners. John Stanton. I'm not going to dive into that deeper. He's good things, bad things, but it makes me a little nervous regarding to the product. What do you think about that?
It doesn't make me nervous, I'll be honest. I understand that. You're not the only person who has expressed that level of concern. I don't share it. I respect it, but I don't share it. At the end of the day, they're an expansion team that's 5 years in. I think that we had some unreasonable expectations because of what the Vegas Knights were able to do with kind of a different expansion process. So this is kind of like typical for an expansion team. Rather than looking at the lack of success, I would look at the way they've reacted to it and said, okay, this is unacceptable. We've got to make a change. And yeah, they got it wrong with Ron Francis, but they're now moving on from it, and hopefully they'll get it right the next time. Tod Leiweke has enough of a track record of getting it right, both in Tampa and with the Seahawks, that I guess I just have enough trust there that, he gets a pass on this one. That being said, yeah, you better get it right when you end up bringing a basketball team here, of course. Got to get it right. But it'll be hard. You'll be an expansion team. Nobody's going to give you a good player off their roster. And just like the NHL, it's going to have to be built through the draft, and that can take some time. If you're expecting the Sonics to win in their first or second year, that's probably not going to happen, regardless of who owns the team. No, I think this group, they're ultimately doing a pretty good job. Let me go to Josh in T-Town. Also, good morning, Josh.
Good morning. I just have to say, I think Dan Wilson has been a good manager for us, but just because of what the front office praises him for, they say he's a steady ship. He's a calm voice in the dugout. I think he's more of a bench coach than he is an actual manager.
Why do you say that?
I think it's also too early to really say that, but
why? What is it? What is it that makes you say that?
Well, just the fact that he's so calm. They say that he's so he's a calming he keeps everybody even keel in the dugout.
Mm-hmm.
But then with the certain choices that were made in the playoffs, like Bizzardo, when we could have gone to either Brash or Munoz in those last few outs, just like key decisions where I'm like, I feel like we need somebody with more experience.
So that's an interesting point. I agree. I'm going to agree with part of that, maybe not with all of it. I think it's hard to say somebody would make a better bench coach because I don't want to like go too deep. Like, do you know what a bench coach does?
Not 100%. No.
Right. So I'm not like trying to embarrass you by saying, oh my God, you don't even know what a bench coach does. Most of us don't. I mean, like that's normal. But saying he'd make a good bench coach, well, you got to know what a bench coach does in order to say that would be a better job for him. I do think that the skills Dan brings are very much managerial. They are the ability to run a clubhouse. That's not what bench coaches do. Honestly, I don't think Dan would make a better bench coach. I think that they do need some help around him with people who are a little bit more in tune with the decision-making element. I think that would help. I've talked to people on other benches in other organizations and formerly in this one, and it's not unusual to have, whether it's a bench coach or a catching coordinator or just somebody who's in the dugout who is really on that. That's what they do. They work on the decision-making process throughout the game. And obviously the manager gets to make the final call, but they're the ones presenting the manager with info throughout the game and a recommendation. You got to get that process right. And I don't know that the Mariners have that process right now. It certainly was not right in the postseason last year to my eye. And I don't know what's changed heading into this season. I've not seen a lot of evidence that anything has. But as for whether or not Dan's the right guy to manage, I mean, like he is steering the ship in such a way that the guys are happy. And that's a really important factor. Will that last forever? I don't know. But I think leaning into Dan's strengths and not necessarily just focusing on the weaknesses, I think there's some importance to that. One more last call will be Bart in Spokane. Good morning, Bart.
My man. Hey, thanks for having me on, fellas. First-time caller.
Sweet.
Originally an Oakland A's fan out of the Bay Area. I've been supporting the Mariners the last few years here in Spokane and really watched them grow, really build what they have going on right now. Just want to remind people it's a 162-game season. Obviously, you don't want to get off to a slow start. You got to get the bats going. That's why I do want to throw at least one idea out there, which is to, tinker with the lineup, maybe try switching Naylor with Cal. The idea being that Naylor is more of a contact hitter. Mm-hmm. He also he's a little more fleet of foot. And then allow Cal just to be a bopper. Put him in the 4-hole, the cleanup hole, say, hey.
Yeah, I've heard that, Bart. I appreciate the call. I'm going to let you go because we're almost out of time here, and I just want to finish up the show. But thank you. I've seen texts on that as well. It is an old-school view on how to create a lineup where, it's contact one, leadoff gets on base and has speed. The 2-hitter has contact. 3's your best hitter, does everything, and 4 is a bopper. That's just not really the way they do it anymore around baseball. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, but that's just not really how it's done. These days, baseball is get your best hitters at the top of the lineup so they get more bats. Pretty simple. And who do you want coming up in a huge spot late in the game? Cal, right? He's your best hitter. You want him coming up as often as possible so you get him into the 2 spot so that he comes up more often. Pretty much as simple as that. I understand the logic, though. That was baseball for 100 years, so maybe there was something to it. I think just at some point the analytics showed, why do I want to go down with my best hitter potentially in the on-deck circle instead of at bat? I want to give my best hitter an opportunity to hit. That's why you move Cal up to 2. But right now he's certainly not hitting that way, so maybe you got to have a conversation. All right, good stuff. Good week. We'll be back on Monday. I plan to be anyway. Maura, are you going to be back on Monday?
I will.
Okay, good. Lyle?
As far as I know.
We're all agreeing to come back on Monday. We've reached an agreement in principle to be back on Monday. Brock, too.
By the way, I looked. The Grubauer was not coming off of a cup with the Avs. The Lightning won that year, but he was a Vezina finalist.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Maura. Appreciate it. Fact-checking. Important. If we get too many more of these facts wrong, we won't be back on Monday. Maybe somebody will throw us out of here finally. Bump and Stacy coming up next. We'll see you guys Monday morning at 6 a.m. Have a great weekend, and the hay is in the barn. See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
After a much-needed day off following a 5-game skid, it's back home and back at it for the Mariners.
Just what the Mariners are looking for.
Tonight, it's Emerson Hancock on the mound in the first of 4 against the Astros at T-Mobile.
12 in a row set down by Emerson Hancock.
First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame.
It's particularly delightful to see the Astros suffering like that.
Double play. Nicely turned by the Mariners.
Listen live anywhere for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Upgrade your comfort and cut energy costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors, plus $1,000 off whole home projects. Enjoy 18 months, no payments, no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 15th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Rev up your life at America's Car Museum. Perfect for all ages. It's more than a museum. It's an experience. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see the real machines in the birth of the American supercar. Curated by Steve Saleen. Featuring legendary Shelby Cobras and GT40s. Enjoy cruise-ins, drive-ins under the stars, and next-generation race simulators. Grab the family, invite friends, and accelerate the heart rate of fun and learning. Plan your visit today at americascarmuseum.org.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have vehicles made for adventure seekers. Get the Tundra at 2.99% APR for up to 72 months with $1,000 bonus cash or $4,000 customer cash. Lease the 4Runner for $389 a month or the Tacoma TRD Sport for $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Exclusive taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day for baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. Case in point, your ticket might be for the view level, but it's more like Skyline City. Up here, it's hard to say what'll take your breath away first. The gorgeous Seattle sunsets or the spectacular views of every incredible play. If you like value with the view, it's the perfect place to take quality time with the family to a whole new level. Literally.
A bases clearing, 3-run double. Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners are back in town for a 4-game series against the division rival Astros. It all starts tonight with Ichiro replica statue night at 6:40, presented by BDA. The first 40,000 fans will take home a must-have collectible, with 20 lucky fans scoring one signed by Ichiro himself. Get your tickets at mariners.com. You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.